have a bountiful rice harvest again this year.
May you have a bountiful rice harvest again this year.
Come on, you gotta help with your prayers too.
Yeah, but...
Believe it. The mountain god has descended on our land.
Let us see it, Lord Magistrate.
Fine, but realize this isn't... please do not call me Magistrate.
But in a manner of speaking, you are the magistrate who oversees the fiends in Edo.
Sir. All right, according to witnesses at the scene, I believe it looks something like this.
Lord Magistrate, is art not your specialty?
It seems they're coming closer to the Kanto region, to Edo.
It does appear that way.
So, both the people and the fiends are coming this way.
Yoi. For centuries, tales of fiends and monsters have been circulated, but those were mostly false reports or fantasies. But for the sake of the Office of Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement, we will call them Yoi to differentiate them.
The Yoi are real. They are not fantasy nor superstition. They're a plague in physical form. If you annihilate them completely, your achievements will reach the Shogun's ear, and the shame upon your house will be cleared as well. So tell me, have you found the final Ayashi?
About that, should he really be an Ayashi?
Without him, the Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement can't be established. The Ronin Yukiyatsu Ryudo will be a member.
Yes, sir.
I've heard that quite soon Toyama, the magistrate in the north, will be knocked down to the title of Inspector General.
The year before last it was Yabe, and now it's the Northern Magistrate. It's as we thought. Those not following the reform will be driven out.
And that is why failure is not an option. The Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement must succeed if for no other reason than to show they cannot touch us.
Please, I'm begging you. It doesn't have to be money, sir. Food. All I'm asking for is some scraps.
So, tell me, where are you two from?
From Nanbu. We're from our own lordships.
Nanbu?
It's in Mutsu. Nanbu's way up in the north.
Yuki, just do your job, okay? You may not know this, coming from so far out in the country.
Look! There they are!
All we were doing was asking for food.
We got rules here, lady, for who gets to beg where, and this ain't your place.
Yeah, but...
Thank you, sir.
Hold on! You and me ain't done talking yet. Hands off, you little
All right,
brat!
you little snot, that's enough.
Ow! Let her go!
You're gonna rip
What
it!
kind of little monster are you?
Drop it! Drop it, will ya? Hey! Break it up here!
Chief,
The name's Tamahe, and Hachobori is part of my jurisdiction. You're vagrants, aren't you? Keep making a ruckus like this, and I'll throw all of you in the camps! Run!
come on, Yuki. Back to work.
Yes, sir.
Everywhere you go now, all you see are vagrants. What gives? Why are there so many of them?
Well, everyone's got a story, but the one that you hear most is they came to Edo because the food dried up in their hometowns. They got no home and they got no work. So the shogunate labeled them all vagrants, as a way to separate them out from regular townsfolk. He also built shelters for them called vagrant camps, and they were told they could all live there, no money required.
there's so many of them.
Yeah, there is. And there's no way you can possibly round all of them up.
So these vagrants, are they easy for someone to spot?
Well, any vagrant that goes to the camps gets tattooed. Run away and they get another one.
And if they run away a second time?
You'd think they'd know what's best for them and stay in the camps. It's not like they got anywhere else to go. Yuki, hey, pour me a hot one.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Yuki. What's the holdup?
Here you go.
Hey, Yuki. What's that wrap on your arm for?
Sorry.
You heard exactly what I said. Take it off!
Hey, Chief, isn't that...
So, you have 2 tattoos. Yuki, I've known you for a long time, but I never saw those. So you're a vagrant then, are you?
And what if I am a vagrant?
Don't play with me, you worthless bum! You better get ready. That's hot!
Hey! Yuki! Hey!
What the?
What the heck's going on here?
Yuki! Think you can mess with me? How about I throw you back in the camps then?
What, so I can have my head cut off? Thanks, but I'll pass.
You'll pass? Think you're above the law? Like it or not, you're going back to the vagrant shacks.
Who the heck is he?
You come here to steal something?
Get lost! Yuki, did you used to be a samurai? You don't learn moves like that one from your average training hall. So then, how did a samurai become a vagrant?
I'm not a samurai. Or a vagrant. I'm just nothing.
Buddha have mercy. Buddha have mercy.
This era is right in the middle of the tempo reforms, brought about by a senior member of the Shogun's council named Tadakuni Mizuno. No theater, no gambling, no nothing. They're clamping down on everything. And still, the number of poor people rolling into lively Edo just keeps going up. With no homes or jobs of their own, they're discriminated against and called vagrants, and we'll leave it at that.
Yukiatsu.
Oh, Kumoshichi. Some friend you are, showing up after it's all over.
You tried to show him your tattoo on purpose, didn't you? You may as well have shouted I'm a vagrant at the top of your lungs. Why'd you do that?
It's a mystery.
Yukiatsu, you're always doing this stuff. You go out of your way to destroy everything around you.
That woman and her boy were just like me, but I couldn't do a thing. I just hid who I was so I could have some food to eat. That didn't sit well with me.
Listen, you finally ended up a vagrant, but then you ran away from the camps. And now, there's nowhere left for you to go.
And yet, I'm still on the run.
And this man was definitely a vagrant.
Well, yeah. But he didn't have any fancy name like Yukiatsu. We all just call him Yuki. You're not a townsperson either, are you?
No, I'm not. I come from the mountains.
Mountain people, huh?
Abi.
Huh?
So, did you find out anything?
Huh? Well now. Hello, miss. The woman's path isn't too crowded right now.
Really? You do know that I'm a guy.
And once again, our trail has gone cold.
I wonder, what kind of man do you think he is? From what I hear, he used to be the son of a shogun's vassal.
25 years ago, he leaves home, and he hasn't lived in one place for more than a year ever since. Gambler, thief, vagrant. His life just keeps getting worse.
I guess. But I suppose at his age he can't regain his status, can he?
Where's Saizo?
Saizo's out on the boss's orders, following up on that Yoi.
Guess our search will have to wait. Yukiatsu Ryudo, where have you gone now?
The mud's pretty frozen. It'd be a lot of trouble to dig him yourself. And these guys here have been dining on a very special diet. They're just perfect for catching bitterlings. Thank you, sir. Spend all the money you want on a nice rod. But if you're bad, you're bad. Hey, kid. You won't find anything to eat here. It's just trash. This is where they spread the garbage to create more land. Stop already.
I have to find it. I am gonna go there. I won't give up.
Ota!
Oh, hey, it's you again. We met at the bathhouse, remember? So this is where you live, huh?
They run us off wherever we go.
You should go to the camps. At least there'll be food for you there.
They'll find us.
Find you? Just who is after you? You don't really look like the sort who would have enemies. Did you kill your husband? So then you too are running away.
Child. Your name. What is it? What is it? If I'm right, it's Ota, correct?
Hey! Are you one of the people who's been chasing him and his mother?
And you would be?
You're just a kid.
You think I'm a child?
You're saying you're not? I'd stop right there. Don't lose your lunch. Time to go.
Hey! Hold on! Wait!
Come on in. Well, it's a roof at least. They call these kind of shacks slug row homes. Don't worry. There aren't slugs. These guys think even used tea leaves are a good meal. The fish go and eat them, and then we turn around and eat the fish. It's a pretty good plan. Everything's got to eat something.
You still stink, you know.
That's quite a find that you brought home today.
You mean Tai and Ota?
It's pretty unusual for you to show any interest in a woman.
Don't be an idiot. She's just someone that I ran into.
You gonna run away now? Like always?
Huh? Where do you get off?
Excuse me.
Something wrong? Oh, sorry. That guy's just a friend of mine. Kumoshichi.
It's Ota! He's taken off again. He's not out there digging in the ground like that just because he's looking for food.
Then why?
He's looking for something else.
Like what? I thought you guys were on the run.
We are. He's looking for a place to run to. The boy can see things.
What are you talking about?
I don't really understand it myself.
I knew it was here, just like I saw in the mountains. Papa, are you there? Papa! I found it. I knew I would. It's the same place I saw before.
I don't believe it. It's still coming after me. But why?
Yukiatsu, help!
I won't go back. Didn't I tell you that this would happen?
That boy, Kumoshichi.
He saw it too. The same thing you did. There it is. That other world that you've been running from.
The mountain god has come back.
So you've come to Edo now, Yoi. Avi!
Hey! Who are you guys?
Protect them! The mother and the child!
Do what?
This monster's followed them here. All the way from Mutsu. Ota! Yukiatsu, no!
Sarzo, that light.
That's some kind of ayagami.
So that's him. That's the man that we've been looking for.
Filth, as in rubbish and filth. The lower part, Kai, is said to originally have referred to a piece of armor, and it's from there that the meaning to separate was born.
You're saying that man can draw power from mere words?
That power is Ayagami. Yukiatsu. Ryudo. Ota! Run! Hurry! Ota! You don't want to go there!
This just got worse.
The Yoi just doubled.
kind of Ayagami.
So that's him. That's the man that we've been looking for.
They call it the beautiful city of Edo. But shady tales sparkle here at night. That monster is called a Yoi, and the man fighting it is Yukiatsu Ryudo. At almost 40, the weight of a leading role is a heavy load for him to bear. Looking for a place to belong, he kept running until he arrived here on a mountain of trash. But it might not be long before he washes his hands of this world. Me, I'm just a small-time gambler named Kumushichi. Now then, let's get back to the... Yukiatsu. That's enough. Let go.
Yeah, but... I know this. I've seen this scene before.
Ota. Come on. Let's go.
We have a question for you.
You're from Nanbu. Your names are Tai and Ota, right?
I thought I'd never see that place again. Those monsters. Were they coming after me? And if they were, why now? After all this time, should I rely on the power of that world?
He's not afraid of much now, is he?
Deliver him to Ogasawara's estate.
My lord, is he the man they were looking for?
The barbarian knowledge enforcement now has their 5th Ayashi.
Yuki. Yuki.
Tai, is that you?
Are you all right?
Where are we? Where are the monsters?
They vanished a while back. And then some very odd people captured us and put us here.
I see.
all because of us that you're here.
Are you saying that monster came looking for you two?
It's not a monster. That was the mountain god. No matter how long we waited, the summer never got hot enough. It'd been years since we'd had a proper rice harvest.
I've heard there's been a string of really bad harvests. I also know that people have been starving to death everywhere because of it. But
once there's been a famine, recovering from it isn't that easy. It couldn't be helped. Our only choice was to ask the god to lend a hand.
so you offered a child to the mountain god?
It's an old tradition in our village. By doing this, it appeases the mountain god's anger. So that next year... But then, my husband changed his mind. And this only served to make the mountain god angrier.
So then, the mountain god is coming after Ota. It's sacrifice. Ota, tell me about your dad.
Papa is scary.
Ota.
Yuki, just what is it that you say you're running from as well?
Huh?
You said earlier that you're running away, just like we are.
Long ago, I saw a place not of this world. And it's haunted me ever since. Like it wants me back.
Let's go. The boss wants to see you.
Hunt down Yoi.
They are fiends and monsters, very similar to what you just witnessed. Until now, they have been left to themselves like storms and earthquakes. But we can no longer afford that approach. In due time, this office will then be appointed by the Shogun himself. Yoi hunters have their own name. They are Ayashi, and you're to become an Ayashi as well.
I'm nothing but a vagrant. And the next time I'm sent back to those camps, they're gonna slice my head off.
Tell me, how do you know the South Magistrate, Lord of Kai?
You mean Kai of the South? The one they call Monster?
Do not play with me. Listen, in order for the Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement to get official approval, the Lord of Kai demanded that we find you and in turn make you an Ayashi. Believe me, it's not my wish to hire a vagrant.
You. Those tattoos, don't you want them gone?
Well now, you're a girl, huh?
If you become an Ayashi, you'll stop being a vagrant. You won't have a need to run anymore.
But what I'm running from isn't the corralling of vagrants.
Is it from that other world? That bizarre place?
What is it?
It's coming from the stables.
A Yoi!
That's it. That's the one that came to Edo all the way from Nanbu.
Abi and Genbatsu won't get here in time.
Tai, Ota.
Ryuno! Tai!
Yuki.
Where's Ota? Ota! Ota, we have to save your mom.
I'm going. Goodbye.
Ota!
I'm going.
Ota!
It's fine. I don't think there's a way for him to save me anyway.
Why are you standing there? Use your
talking about that power.
Ryudo, everything found in nature has a name, and the written word represents that. The characters for words all have some kind of hidden meaning. That is Ayagami. And the person with the power to draw that true meaning out is you.
No! That power is from the other world.
You don't really think if you use that power you'll be drawn back to the other world?
Abi! Genbatsu!
One more try. Did he get it?
This will raise quite a stir.
We'll file a report that the wall was old and just collapsed. The finance magistrate can do what he wants with that.
Wow. Sounds like you guys are tangled up in a whole lot of politics.
Enough! We can't delay this anymore.
If that Yoi is chasing that child, then there will be another incident.
We have no other choice then.
Hold on. Ota, what are you planning to do about him?
We'll draw out the Yoi, using him as bait.
You'll do what?
He was already offered as a sacrifice once. You can't do this!
All right. So are you gonna risk your life to save the boy?
Don't you feel anything for her? That boy's her son. Come on!
Feelings? Yes, we have those too. But our reasons differ from yours.
Who are you?
I'm sorry, my bad. Genbatsu Edo. This is Abi. And down there is...
Saizo.
So these are the Ayashi. All right, I'll go and look for Ota.
So you are saying you'll become an Ayashi?
Just this once I will. You and Ota are not to blame for this. Don't worry.
Shall we get some food then?
I'm fine.
I guess no matter how old they get, men always want to look good in front of women.
If you want to see how a man acts in front of a woman, then try dressing like one.
You think the problem here is the famine and the mountain god, and the mother and that boy have nothing to do with this. I did a great deal of research on that Yoi to find his origins.
Go on.
It's rare for a Yoi to show themselves to people. Only when something really compels them do they actually appear. From wherever. Perhaps from that so-called other world that you're running from. When I was doing my research, I found out 3 things. First thing I found out was the boy has an older sister. But for some reason, she completely vanished 3 years ago. Secondly, it turns out there was a harvest last fall. It just wasn't very bountiful. Lastly, a legend about a mountain god did exist in their village, but it's old. It says during famines, they take the children to the mountains and...
I see. It all makes sense now. So, then Ota...
Hey!
Ota! Kumoshichi. Ota's gone back, huh? He's digging. He's back in the trash.
Ryudo, what's wrong?
That boy is me.
No, he just happened to see the same thing, that's all. It's not unusual. A lot of people have seen that place when they're young. You're just the only one who ever came back. And that's why you can use Ayagami. Why you have the power to draw out the true name of all things.
Ota, I finally understand what you're doing, what you're looking for.
Why do you need to keep running from that place? You ran away, and I want to go there.
Do you hate this world that much? Because your dad offered you to the mountain god, right? Be honest now. Your dad didn't believe that the mountain god really existed, did he?
Is this what happened to Sis, too?
Back then, there was nothing that I could do. But then, Ota, something went wrong with me. Rice and wheat won't satisfy me now. Ota! This can't be. There's no such thing as a mountain god. I know for a fact there's no mountain god. That's why we...
Is that when you saw the other world?
I want to go there.
But why? Just what is it that's there?
It's me. I'm not supposed to be here. That place is...
Is where you belong.
What are you talking about? You've been running from that other world too, haven't you?
But there was a time when I was inside that world. And then I came back. Ever since, no matter where I go, it just doesn't satisfy me. Something in my heart yearns for the other world. And because of it, I've lost my family, my status. I've lost everything. But what I was really running from was from this world.
Then you have to go. Go back.
No, I can't. We may not want to, but people have to live in this world. Even if it's boring or painful.
Do you actually believe that? Or are you just using this boy? Using him as a tool to get to that other world?
You're wrong! Just what are you? And why are you after Ota?
Ryudo!
When a god descends from the mountains, they can't go back to being a god.
Then if he came here, something had to force him to do it.
And what is that?
You can use Ayagami. With that power, you can draw out the true name of anything.
That character. Father.
So, Ota's father became one with a mountain Yoi.
Your father turned into a Yoi, and then came looking for you. An axe.
The character for father shows someone wielding an axe. It's to represent his authority as head of the family. What he has is the Ayagami for father.
Papa, it's okay. It doesn't matter now.
No! Do you think if you do this you can forget everything?
No. I don't forget scary things. Papa, I'm staying here. I'm staying here with Mom. Yuki, don't do it. Remember what you said. This is the way it should be, right?
Right. You said you guys live in Kudan, right? Are we going back there again?
Yuki, look at that. It's a dead end. I wonder where we're going. Yuki, what is this?
Maijima Temple.
So then, you can read.
This is where your base is, huh? Your lair beneath Edo.
We move underground unobserved. Just like the Yoi.
It's amazing.
I'll be back shortly. Abi, get things ready.
Right.
Come up.
Barbarian knowledge enforcement.
Pardon the wait. I am the head priest of the Maejima Temple and a descendant of the people once called acolytes. We've performed incantations dressed as women for centuries.
Mama!
That chick is really a guy?
Mama, I'm so glad to see you.
As thought, you are worthy of being an Ayashi.
Ayashi. Really?
There's nothing to think about. Join us and you won't be a vagrant anymore. And you'll be paid as well.
Yuki.
Tae, Ota, I just have one request of you two. You must forget what you saw tonight. You're now registered residents in Shimosa. If you promise to move there and never set foot on our land or within the limits of Edo for the rest of your life.
What are you saying? They did nothing wrong but be hunted by a Yoi.
It's fine. We can't go back to our land anyway.
Where is Shimosa? And what about you? Are you coming with us, Yuki?
What's that smell?
How is it? Well, Abi, is it ready?
It's ready.
Hurry up, or it'll all be gone.
Irresistible.
Well, it doesn't get much fresher.
So, what kind of meat is it? Wait a second. That isn't that monster.
Indeed it is.
Huh?
It's one of the ways that Ayashis are compensated. Yoi meat is delicious. And once you eat it, everything else just tastes like dirt.
Yeah, but...
Master Ryudo, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've tasted this before, have you not?
That's disgusting. I can't believe that people like you are actually in the service of the shogunate. Let's go, Ota.
I'll see you the day after tomorrow at dawn. Please don't forget.
Humans are such decadent creatures. Taste something delicious, and their tongue is never cured. Experience a bit of the easy life, and they can never return to hardships.
Forget it. I won't get involved in the other world. Tricks like this won't work either.
What a waste. What you dumped was the best part.
So where will you go? With that mother and her boy?
That's none of your business! Yukiatsu Ryudo encounters a Yoi and then awakens to his true self. So far, a success.
However, if the Ayashi turn out to be too successful, we will surely feel the wrath from the gods of this land.
True, but the number of Yoi they can subdue will be a pittance.
Beyond their grasp are a myriad of gods and goddesses they will never reach. Only Ryudo will be able to reach those heights.
Tokiwabashi, we just got word that Lord Matsudara of Echisen's estate is on fire.
These reports seem to be escalating.
What in the world is that? It disappeared! Hurry up! Put out the fire!
As we thought, it is still around.
The fire was at Tokiwabashi, my lord.
You're saying it's not a war?
No, my lord, it's not.
I must recover that armor at once. The one made of gold given to me by the Shogun when my boy took without asking.
Listen,
his
my
soul.
lord, it's not a war.
I helped chuck some baby neck clams, and I was given a few to take home. I've never had clams before. I know they're a bit torn up and everything, but... the water.
It's empty. I'll get more.
Changing professions, are we? Maybe that's for the best.
I wasn't able to feed them for a day, so they all ended up dead.
So will you go with them? The mother and the boy?
You've got some sharp ears. What's up? The last time we talked about this, you were trying to steer me away from them.
Yeah, well, do what you want. If you become one of those Ayashi people, you'd have to use the power of the other world that you so strongly despise. Right now, you're just Yuki, not part of any particular class. And you want to stay that way, don't you?
So you're saying if I settle down as that woman's husband, then nothing stands in the way of me becoming who I really am?
Was there someone just here?
I was just talking to myself. You still want to go there?
That night, there was another monster besides the mountain god you fought. Last night, there was a fire at a place called Tokiwabashi, and someone said some people saw a monster there.
I see. So then that other Yoi...
I'm afraid that maybe, when I was digging everything up, I dug him up too.
We leave Edo tomorrow. If something's bothering us, we better settle it now.
Well, you know, after Lord Mizuno's decree, people aren't allowed to sell extravagant sets of armor that have gold or silver on them. And, because there's been so much peace, people are just dumping those things. But you know, no one wants them. So guess what I gotta do with all this junk? Like that stuff. Throw it away. Although in less than 10 years, the black ships will come. And once again, people must stock up on their swords and armor.
You know how they talk about old things having a soul in them? It's called Tsukumogami.
So, Master Yukiatsu, you think the discarded armor are turning into Yoi?
Call me Yuki. Yukiatsu is something I got rid of.
Kind of like the armor, huh?
Perhaps deep in the trenches of Edo, there are all kinds of things floating around, unable to finally meet their demise.
Mountain whale. What is it?
Want to give it a try?
Come on in.
This is wild boar?
And considering the season, there's probably deer in there too. Maybe even a little horse.
Horse?
You don't like it?
I can't eat it. Horses and cows are precious. When they die, you're supposed to put them in special places. You can't just eat them.
I see.
I'm sorry. It's not that...
It's okay. Guess you're not the only one here. It seems I don't want this either.
Are you saying that you want to eat the monsters?
I told you I came back from the other world.
Yeah?
Well, nothing I've eaten since then has ever satisfied me. It's just never good enough.
Where'd you come in from? Hey, don't touch the food!
You know, you've got some curious customers. Having a relaxing meal in the middle of the day. How nice.
Right, Yuki?
Chief.
This guy's a vagrant. Can't you tell by looking at him? You know when you let a vagrant in your store, there are some serious penalties.
This is wrong.
Huh?
You shouldn't eat your own kind. You're a pig, Chief Tamahe. Let's play nice when you're not on your own turf, okay?
That's horse meat! Screw an eye for an eye! Now I'm going for the balls!
The bill, please?
You know, if you join up with those people, then you won't have to run anymore. And you can eat monster meat, too. So what are you waiting for? Join them!
Those are some pretty lousy reasons to join them, don't you think? Just to make my life easier.
Then, will you come with us? It may not be an easy life, but I'm sure that Mom would like to have you.
My lord!
This isn't it either!
Lord Inoue, please! Take it easy on my merchandise!
Where'd you hide
I
it?
didn't!
It was gold and a gift from the Shogun! I know someone from my family came here and sold it to your
Yes,
store!
but the young Lord Inoue told me he had your blessing.
I don't care what my boys did. That's the pride and joy of our house. Now, where is it? Where did you hide it?
Sir, wait! My lord!
Where is it? It was better than all this garbage.
Please, sir, I just did what your son asked.
Where did you hide it?
That old man is crazy.
You don't see that?
Sir? What happened? Are you all right? My lord? I swear, you can be very troublesome, sir.
Who is he?
That's Lord Inoue, a retired shogun's vassal from the Hongo district. I had the honor of buying a set of armor from them some time ago, but it seems he was never told, hence this commotion.
Come out here! Take him back to the retirement home in Mukojima!
Mukojima, huh? That's on our way home.
The doctors have practically given up on him, and the family just says to let him do what he wants. I appreciate you bringing him back here.
Do you think it's possible that before we go I could maybe have a quick word with him?
Sure, but talking to him isn't always easy.
I'm a masterless samurai now, but I was once a warrior too. If you would allow me the honor, I'd like to burn the image of his lordship in my mind.
Welcome back, Dad.
Have you been a good boy today?
Yeah, Mom's waiting for you.
Tell me, my lord, are you trying to follow the path of Musashi Miyamoto?
You know Musashi?
He was a swordsman of unparalleled strength, and according to the legends, he entered Nirvana with his armor on.
Yes, a true warrior. But there are no warriors in this world anymore. People sell their armor for a handful of change these days, leaving us completely unprepared for the next war. Now I know. My neighbor Toda, he used to look at our family's armor with greed. I'm sure he was the one who stole it. That's it. That's my suit of armor!
Hurry! Get to the storehouse, quick!
An armored Yoi has appeared at Lord Toda of Awa's estate in Hongo. We will subdue it quickly and attribute it all to a fire.
Every attack has been on a samurai house. If we don't hurry, trouble will come for each of us as well.
And what about Yukiatsu?
We are Ayashi. We'll show even without Ryudo's help. We're capable of carrying out our duties.
War!
Oh, the
memory. Riding through the battlefield on a beautiful steed.
It's been 200 years since the Amakusa Rebellion. We've had peace ever since. Even at your age, my lord. There's no way you could have seen a battlefield.
He's right.
I clad myself in that armor when I was young, and I ran into battle.
Perhaps the stories you've read about previous wars have somehow become twisted with the memories you have of your own military career.
Abi, are you hurt?
Be careful!
Saizo, go and get its attention. Show us what you can do.
An armor made of gold would be delicate and very heavy. More of an ornament than something practical for the battlefield. Searching for that armor wouldn't be the true goal of a warrior. My lord, the other world is encroaching upon your soul, and that Yoi inside you is feeding on your delusions! Rekko, so that's the Yoi's name.
What is that?
Retsu, the character shows a sword severing a head, and another head to be severed, like the beheading of enemy soldiers. With all the heads in a row, looks like this Yoi gained power by lining up armor.
Do you think that Yukiatsu...
All right, finish it!
It's war. Get the armor ready to fight.
The other world captivates people and then takes everything away from them. That's the power of the Yoi. All right, fine. I will fight.
But you know, it kind of seemed like the old man liked those dreams. Yukiatsu! Tomorrow morning?
Oh, Ryudo. So tell me, where were you tonight?
So then, you didn't forget how good this tastes.
Freeloader.
So, does this mean you're going to become an Ayashi?
Good work. And there's plenty more.
You wouldn't happen to have a message from Yukiatsu, would you?
He said to take care. Or something generic like that. That was about it, though.
Ota! Ota!
We may not want to, but people have to live in this world. Even if it's boring or painful.
I'll always come back. Mama!
Guess you found something you can't run away from. Well, it's about time.
I don't like the other world. That's a better reason to stay than the alternative. This will make your life easier. Looks like we meet again. That's a big horse. I am right. That is a horse, isn't it?
Yukiwa. That's his name.
You understood. You know what I'm saying. So then his name is for the snow ring pattern. It's pretty late. What brings you two out here?
I was following the river. There was a bad aura. Tezcatli Poca. Diabloma. And there's a faint trace of that aura coming from you as well.
I sure envy you, Yukiatsu. The finest girls always seem to flock to you.
She's probably all of 15. Why is a foreigner wandering around here?
I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling about that girl and her horse.
You think it's a Yoi?
I don't know, but I think it's probably best if you stay as far away from them as possible.
That again.
Tell me what happens if someday you get careless and find yourself pulled back in that other world again. The truth is, you accepted that Ayashi job because you're actually hoping it'll happen. At least that's the way it seems to me sometimes.
I'm nearly 40. I could easily retire at this age. Listen, if I were to keep running around looking for a place to belong, I'd be pathetic.
Yukiatsu. Go on. Everything is ready now.
I gotta soak in that.
Just watch.
It'll be all right. It may leave a little bit of a burn scar, but it'll definitely get rid of the tattoo.
Lord Ogasawara? We've had another incident.
Was it in that show tent district again? In Yotsuya, sideshow tents remain, and they're in violation of the reforms. These past few days, there have been numerous reports of people missing in this area.
They could be kidnappings, but there's no supporting evidence.
And there are reports of people witnessing suspicious shadows.
You think it's a Yoi?
The people who go there are seeking rather seedy entertainment. Perhaps we should take these reports with a grain of salt.
We've already been given our orders. We'll see if it's a Yoi or not. Ryudo, you are now one of our Ayashi. We can't have you being mistaken for a vagrant all the time. Show this document and it will vouch for your status. You are officially my steward, so be happy.
I could care less about my status. Is that just so people will stop chasing me and calling me a vagrant?
There's more to it than that. If you don't have the documents to prove that you're a samurai, then you will not be permitted to carry one of these.
I still think I'll pass.
I understand. You have the power of Ayagami to protect you.
Actually, I don't intend to use that power again. It seems to me like it's too connected to the other world.
Just make sure that those tattoos are removed later.
You people know full well what the ordinances are for this city. Live simply and frugally. That is the key principle. Anything that beguiles the public mind by drawing excessively large crowds, such as plays and street stands, are all expressly prohibited.
All right, now don't get too out of control. Whenever an official comes by, I want you to clear things out immediately.
By the way, what's going on with that thing? You referring to the kidnapping, sir?
Idiot, keep your voice down, okay? If it keeps happening, the town magistrate will have to crack down on us. Look at him, just wandering around here. Yuki! You bastard!
It's Tamahe! Aw, crap.
Come here!
Hey! Ryudo!
Come back here right now, Yuki!
Was that Yuki? Ryudo. Ryudo, hey! What's going on? Oh. They're life-size dolls. Who's there? It's you.
Sorry. There's sort of someone chasing me.
Chasing you?
Yeah. Oh. Come to think of it, there's no reason for me to keep running from that guy anymore.
I see.
They don't give you a proper dressing room, huh?
It's fine. As long as I can be with Yukiwa.
You're a foreigner, right? Look, I have no idea what brought you to this place. But they stuffed you out here just because you're a foreigner, didn't they?
Leave now.
Listen.
No! I said leave!
All right, do we have a show for you? Across the ocean there are horses 30 hands tall, and we brought one back just for you. And they're incredibly wild, but our stunt rider Oma can handle them with ease. Okay, is everybody ready? Show us what you got!
What's wrong, Yukiwa? Was that a trick?
So, that horse has caught your eye as well.
It was 7 days ago that this equestrian show put up its tent. It seems that around the same time is when the kidnapping started in this area.
They're advertising it as a foreign horse, but it could be a yoi.
And that girl's a foreigner, too.
The Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement has acted rather quickly, don't you think?
They're just a nuisance. Your security here is terribly lax. It's been quite a long time.
Is that you, Hanai?
You know, among all of us who studied together under Master Uchida, you're by far the most successful.
I beg to differ. Please, come inside.
I think I'll pass. I'm just a student of Western studies. But now you, the adopted son of a shogun's vassal. I'm sure that you've heard what I've been up to.
That you frequently visit and stay at the South Magistrate's estate, the Lord of Kai.
Lord Tori doesn't hate Western learning as much as everyone thinks he does. He is seriously worried about the future of this country under Tokugawa rule.
Tell me, does the Lord of Kai want something?
The Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement is looking into a case right now.
Only the Dutch from Nagasaki and the Korean emissaries are allowed to enter Edo, and even then it's only with permission first. That said, all other foreigners are strictly forbidden. They can't just wander around freely within the boundaries of Japan. Only the Japanese are allowed to live in our country, and if a foreigner tries to move in, They will undoubtedly stand out amongst everyone else here, and the town magistrates will quickly spot this.
Are you saying that foreign girl is something for the magistrate to deal with?
Besides, the kidnappings haven't stopped.
And I have to say, that horse looks very delicious.
But we still have no proof these kidnappings have anything to do with a Yoi. I must insist that the South Magistrate's investigation of the foreigner comes first.
Ogasawa-ra, weren't you once a student of Western studies? The South Magistrate hates Western culture. A few years ago, I heard that he had everyone who studied it arrested. You're gonna let a guy like that tell you what to do?
And it's because of all the years I have spent as a student of Western studies that I know quite well some foreigners can be a threat to our security. I may not know the particulars, but a foreigner who conceals her skin color to sneak in must have something to hide.
You're just young, Ogasawa-ra. Eventually, when you get older, you'll begin to realize that things aren't as black and white as you think they are.
I don't think things are black and white! And what I don't need are lessons from a washed-up old man!
You shouldn't do this.
So are you trying to tell me you don't care what happens to this foreign girl either? How about it, Kumoshichi?
Just what is it with you and that foreign girl? Why are you so obsessed with her?
She's hidden her skin color and learned a different language, just so she could blend in this country. She deserves to be left alone.
And the reason you're running to her defense? Is it because you see her as a stranger who was never treated as an equal as the rest of us are? I'm sure that you were looked down upon when you were a vagrant. But that doesn't mean everyone who's looked down upon will always behave decently.
In spite of repeated announcements, shows and street stands still continue to attract crowds. Acts like these do nothing but defy the authority of the reform. Therefore, as of this moment, all tents and street stands will be removed until further notice. Owners of these stalls and stands will be questioned by the town magistrate. Now consider yourself warned. These orders are handed to you by the South Magistrate, Lord Tori of Kai.
Come on, Yukiwa. We have to go.
I can take care of these guys. Just settle this quickly.
Come with me.
Are these dolls for a show?
They're life-size dolls. They look pretty real, don't they?
Who'd make something like this?
You're right. Now that I think about it, it is kind of creepy.
What's wrong, Yukiwa?
You've got to leave that horse and get out of here. This whole crackdown is just to find you.
No way! Yukiwa belongs to me!
Listen, there's been a bunch of really bizarre kidnappings in this area. It doesn't look like the work of men. It started after that horse came here.
Are you trying to say Yukiwa's a monster?
What I'm trying to do is help you. I'm sure things haven't been easy since you're in a foreign place. And maybe that anger has created a Yoi.
So you're saying you see me as an alien, just like everyone else does?
Alien?
It's just like how you see these dolls. I may look like you, but inside you think there's something creepy. Don't deny it.
You're wrong. I just feel sorry for you.
And why is that? Is it because I'm a foreigner? Well, that may be true, but at least I'm not some soulless doll.
I wouldn't mess around with us. Ayashi girl.
And how do you know who we are?
I'm Tatsusuke Honjo. I work for Lord Tori, doing the kinds of jobs you don't normally want the public to know about. Now Lord Tori has business with that girl and her horse.
The Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement deals with Yoi jobs.
You know, she's right about that.
We ask that you withdraw from this case.
What the hell is this? This isn't just some gadget.
It's inside.
Hold on. Your men are...
Yoi against Yoi. That's the only way to fight these things.
Oma! These things are the Yoi behind the kidnappings.
Take care of them.
We can't fight them.
You what?
The being here is very strong. Its aura is overwhelming. It's driving us mad. Its presence disturbs our blood.
You and I are both different. Everyone's different from each other right from the start. Everyone's a foreigner. And that's why I want to help you.
Gi refers to a mask. It means falsehood, or to deceive others.
Falsehood. Which means this thing is empty.
So what does that mean? That Ayagami can't be drawn out of it then?
Ryudo, get back!
There's gotta be something in there. Come on!
Ryudo! Get out of there!
There we go. This thing's also a foreigner.
That character, was that his name?
The character Yuki in Yukiatsu refers to the authority of the ancient kings. And with that authority, they are entitled to behead an offender at any time with a giant battle axe.
Yoi! I'm a monster as well! So come on, play with me!
Was that his name?
The character Yuki in Yukiatsu refers to the authority of the ancient kings. And with that authority, they are entitled to behead an offender at any time with a giant battle axe.
Yoi! I'm a monster as well! So come on, play with me!
Not only can he draw Ayagami out of his opponents, but he can draw them from himself as well.
No! Quetzal!
Quetzal? Genbatsu, did you hear that? That horse isn't a yoi, is it?
Well, it shouldn't be. The kidnappings were the work of the dolls, not the horse.
Quetzal, no.
What is that thing? Looks like that horse and that Yoi are howling to each other like they're singing some kind of duet. Wait a minute.
That's supposed to be our dinner.
Over here! Yes, sir! The magistrate told us to provide assistance, sir. Huh? Yeah. That horse over there. It's related to the kidnappings. Capture it now. Yes, sir. The Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement will be questioned. You've overreached your authority here tonight.
That horse. Something about it makes me oddly uneasy. It seems to have endured quite a bit of torment.
Ikumoshichi, what about that girl?
That one over there?
You men reek! Don't you come near me! I need it!
Gotta figure out some way to get this girl out of here safely.
Isn't this girl breaking the law just by being here in Japan? There isn't a safe place for her to go.
Well then, I guess she's just like me.
No, you're a vagrant. This girl is a foreigner. There's a huge difference between the two. Stop with the pity party for her.
That's basically what she told me, too. She said me feeling sorry for her is just another way for someone to look down on her. And maybe she's right.
According to the owner of the tent, those life-size dolls were made by an eccentric doll maker in the Kyoto area. Apparently, the doll maker hasn't come to terms with his wife's death, so he's been making dolls that resemble his wife perfectly.
People say they've heard laughter from inside the empty tent for a while now.
In other words, there were Yoi inside those dolls before they even came here. But for whatever reason, had shown no signs of trouble before. And chances are those dolls possessed very little power.
If that's so, then why did the dolls suddenly turn into monsters and then attack people?
A henchman of the South Magistrate was using Yoi-like monsters to fight Yoi, but they went wild inside that tent. Perhaps there's something inside that tent that drives Yoi crazy.
Well, if it has anything at all to do with that foreign girl, then I'm afraid this case falls out of our jurisdiction.
Oh, come on! The South Magistrate is using Yoi as its underlings. I can't believe that anybody would even permit that.
I'm sure they have someone's approval. You see, South Magistrate Tori is Senior Counselor Lord Mizuno's top man. If we choose to make a fuss about this one, we'll be in trouble.
Ogasawara, it seems you accepted the job of an Ayashi rather reluctantly.
Are you the Lord Ogasawara? No, that would be my father. I am actually his adopted son, Hozaburo.
I see. If you don't mind, I have a bit of a favor to ask of the Lord Hozaburo.
Are you a townsperson?
Yes, sir. I'm looking for a vagrant named Yuki. Do you know him?
This is the enforcer who was after Ryudo.
I realize chasing after a vagrant or two won't win me any praise. But still, I don't like being made a fool of either.
This man you refer to as Yuki is without a doubt a man under me named Yukiyatsu Ryudo, but I must inform you that this person is no longer a vagrant. Therefore, he's free to live in Edo wherever he pleases.
Yes, sir. I've already been reprimanded on that score. But you see, the thing of it is, turns out that he was a murderer. And I thought something like that might cause trouble for someone like you.
He's a murderer?
He befriended a local townsperson, only to later kill that man. I know he did.
A townsman?
Well, apparently, it was about 15 years ago. He wasn't considered a vagrant. He was a ronin. Now, I realize that a samurai is entitled to kill without punishment, but even a high-ranking officer can't just draw his sword on anyone who happens to offend him. There's at least got to be a witness to verify the offense, especially if you're a ronin. For this to be permissible, that guy had better have a pretty good reason.
You're sure of this?
One day, someone came to tell me Ryudo and Shichiji were arguing, so I ran to find them, but by the time I got there, they had both gone. I heard from someone who knew that Ryudo left Edo, but that was the last I heard of Shichiji. If he hadn't been killed, then why hasn't he?
15 years ago. That means it must have happened before I was even born.
There were the ruins of a temple behind Juniso in Naito Shinjuku.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that.
And do you remember how we used to hide out there at times? We'd roll some gambling house around Ueno, and you and I would wait there for the dust to settle.
Yeah, we wouldn't even cook rice. The only thing we would eat would be daikon radish and gourds. Man, we were young men. Why'd we always act so crazy?
You know, whenever we did something crazy, it was always your idea to begin with. You'd think some gambling house had stiffed you, or some samurai had given you the eye, or some shopkeeper was holding out on you. You picked fights with anyone and everyone. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go check out Naito Shinjuku. They don't give a damn who lives there. You could be a foreigner, or even an ogre.
Diabloma. Tezcatlipoca.
Oma.
My name is Otto.
Otto? So what's the problem? This is just Kumoshichi.
You can see him too? And you can see this man is a demon?
A demon? Kumoshichi and I are the ones who saved you. Even now, he's still trying to help you out.
Get away from him! Hurry! He's not from this world. It's this thing's aura that Quetzal's been sensing. And that's why he acted up!
Yukiyatsu.
Not getting away!
Was that a cloud?
Ryudo! What are you doing?
Saizo. Abi.
That was the foreigner, wasn't it? So you have been harboring her.
Sorry. I should have said something to you guys, but I don't know what's going on myself. She just tried to stab Kumoshichi.
Who's Kumoshichi?
He's this guy I've hung out with forever. He used to be the son and heir to a clog maker, but he was disowned and...
Hung out with him? You killed him! How dare you say you hung out with him?
Is your name Oshino? Oshino, is that you? Kumoshichi! You saying you didn't see him?
All we saw were just you and that foreign girl. Sorry, but there was never anyone else there.
Come to think of it, you were behaving like this earlier. Like there was somebody else there when there wasn't.
What the hell are you people talking about? Kumoshichi is a good friend of mine, and he has been forever.
He's just plain dumb.
Come on, this is Kumoshichi we're talking about. Shichiji! I'm a dragon, he's a cloud, Ryu and Kumo. So Kumoshichi.
Shichiji has been gone for 15 years. You know that.
Are you saying for 15 years I've been talking to a guy who isn't there? Come on, why would I do that?
Maybe you wanted to forget. Something you'd done you wish you hadn't.
Kumoshichi! You know him!
Yuki, I just told you. Whenever you come here alone.
But I came here because Kumoshichi introduced me to you!
Listen, when you'd come here, you'd come alone, make small bets, and go home. Sorry, but that's all you've ever done.
It's gotta be here! Kumoshichi said there's a row house around here. I'm crazy, don't you?
Look, you gotta admit, it seems no one has seen this man except you.
Actually, that's not true. That girl Otto saw him.
So the foreign girl's able to see him, but no one else. Then the most likely answer is that he's a monster, isn't it?
Guess there's a bigger problem than you feeling sorry for her.
So what should I do?
If you really did take this man's life, you need to go before the boss and explain yourself. However, if you were possessed by a Yoi at the time...
So are you telling me to just fix this mess myself? Do me a favor and find that foreign girl.
What for?
For whatever reason that girl could see Kumoshichi. I know that she did.
This is the place where Shichiji and Ryudo first met.
A kendo training hall, was it?
Ryudo was sort of like a bouncer way back then, and Shichiji had just run away from the clog shop to spend more time gambling. He used to come here to the training hall to test his strength.
Well now, I guess the sloppy skills I've picked up in those bar brawls are pretty good. You know, maybe it's time that I start doing the training around here.
Yukiatsu!
Oh, really? The bouncer, huh?
Come at me. With this.
Hold on! You've got to be kidding me! This thing's a real sword!
And this'll work for me. What's the holdup? Come at me!
You asked for it!
Never handled a real sword before, have you? Scary, isn't it?
Hey, that was dirty!
This game's fixed!
What'd you just say, punk?
This game is fixed and you know it!
Did you think we wouldn't notice?
Hey, hold on. Just what exactly makes you think this game is fixed?
'Cause I can just tell, that's all!
After them! Come on! I want the set!
Come back here! You're totally insane, Yukiatsu! You haven't even come up with an escape route?
If we get caught, we'll deal with it then.
You're out of options now. Throw down the money and we'll go easy on you.
No way in hell. This thing's so heavy. For a while there, I didn't think I'd make it.
Yukiatsu, you're gonna get killed one day.
Am I now?
Why do you always have to go and do something crazy? Messing with gangsters and their bosses is one thing, but you'll even draw against two-sworded samurais. Like that time that you and I went at it in the training hall.
I told you that when I was little, I got spirited away to this bizarre place, remember?
I know. And you said that after that you found it hard to stay on your estate.
Ever since I returned from there, been terrified that something might drag me back to that place. I feel like no matter what I do, I'm still gonna disappear. I can't imagine this would make sense to anyone. Not even you.
Pretty funny, huh?
You're right. That's hilarious.
You know, if I'd been there myself, I might have done the exact same thing.
No, you wouldn't have, would you?
Sure I would. I'm not really a patient man either.
Sorry. I'm going home.
Yukiatsu!
Shichiji, doing all these crazy things you do with Master Ryudo is, well...
Listen, it may seem like that to you, Oshino, but when I'm with Yukiatsu, I never know what's gonna happen next. And I just can't give that up.
Master Ryudo.
Are you gonna settle down with Kumoshichi?
Well, we really just met.
You know, I gotta say, Kumoshichi sure is happy. I wish I knew what that felt like you actually belong somewhere.
But I think you do have a place. You seem to fit in quite well at that training hall.
Well, you see, I'm a little different than other people.
No, Master Ryudo, please don't do this!
I won't go back there. I won't do it.
Master Ryudo.
Yukiatsu, I hear Oshino gave you a little bit of trouble the other day.
She hurt her leg and she couldn't really walk very well, so I carried her home. She sure was heavy.
I want to know what you saw in that place you say you were taken to as a kid.
I forget.
No, that's a lie, and you know it is. Whatever you saw, you're still chasing it. That's why you can't stand being in this world. It bores you. You're never satisfied, no matter what.
You're wrong! Go grab a real sword.
Don't need one. I'm not like you. I'm not a coward.
Kumoshichi!
You're a dragon and I'm a cloud, right? Stop saying crap like that. It's totally ridiculous!
Kumoshichi.
Why, Oshino?
I just wanted to give it a try for once, to see if I could be happy. As happy as you are whenever you're around her. I can't help it, I'm different. It's been like that for a long time, ever since I was spirited away as a kid.
Always afraid. Always hating this world. You think you're the only one?
Don't do this! I don't want to die!
There, you finally said it. Nobody wants to die. That means you're just like everyone else. Shichiji! Shichiji!
So then it's true, you did kill Shichiji.
Is it really true? Have you finally remembered it?
Yukiatsu.
I don't get it. Who are you?
All right, men, attack! Defend the land of Texas! The time has come for you to prove your loyalty to the King of España!
us be. Our people have nothing to do with Espana or Texas. Don't drag innocent people into your war.
Grandma, no!
I don't get it. Who are you?
Is someone there?
A ghost? Diabloma, huh? In Mexica, our native tongue is Nahuatl, and there's no word for demon. But when the people from Espana came, they immediately referred to our gods as Diabloma. Or demons.
What are you talking about? These demons and ghosts you babble about don't even exist!
So are you some kind of Yoi?
Well, to be honest, even I don't fully understand all this.
Shichiji. No, don't go. Come on, Shichiji. Shichiji. Shichiji! I'm a dragon. You're a cloud.
Yukiatsu.
Hey, Kumoshichi.
What the heck are you doing out here anyway?
I was just coming to find you.
You found me. I'm right here. I'm always going to be where you are.
Right. Guess I forgot. You don't understand this either, huh? And the only one who can see and talk to you is me.
He's strange. The powers that this man has are not from our world.
You referring to Ayagami?
Using the powers of another world, he created a person that only he could see. And he did it to escape his crime.
What are you talking about?
I've had enough of this! Where is he? Tell me where you buried him! His bones must be left at least, and I'm gonna find them, and I won't rest until I do! You don't know, after you and Shichiji disappeared, I went crazy, and the only kind of work I can get now is in those show tents. Give them back! You took 15 years of my life, and I want them back!
Stop that!
Why do you keep trying to kill him?
Ever since I came to Edo, I felt his aura, and something about it strange.
If he turns out to be a Yoi, trust me, I'll kill him.
Then do it, and you'll die along with him. That'll be your punishment.
That's perfect! Death's the perfect punishment! I love it!
We now summon Yukiwa of the Namigoro Nankai Troop. Step forward!
Will this cause a problem?
The Yoi still seem to be afraid of it, but it seems at least for now.
The South Magistrate, the Honorable Lord Tori of Kai, will now preside.
Well, well, well. It Seems you managed to give my men quite a bit of trouble now, didn't you? Fine then. As they say, this tattoo has seen it all. Right? I suppose that's how Toyama would have settled it.
Sorry, sir. My understanding was that story was just a legend.
Lord Magistrate, I think you're taking this gag too far. What if I were to say this was my way of honoring him? Well, Hanai?
Honoring?
That's right. Standing before us now is a foreign god. Many years ago, about 300 to be exact, there was a country far across the ocean called Azteca, also known as Mexica. They worshipped numerous gods there, and he is one of them.
Lord Magistrate, just how did you find this out?
Let's just say there are all kinds of stories like this. And now I shall hand down my verdict. Horse named Yukiwa. It seems for no other reason than your own amusement. You caused the Gigi-Yoi living in the land of the rising sun to go insane. We shall investigate this power. And if we can harness it ourselves, then we can control the Yoi. Whatever. No matter what, I must live.
It's a dragon.
Quetzal!
Quetzal, is that horse you brought with you?
So that horse is actually a Yoi, and you brought him here? Quetzal was always very well behaved. It must be your Diabloma. It's something in this city of yours that made him go crazy like this.
Look, Ginbatsu's fireworks.
There they are.
Dance, Saizo! We can't fight this thing unless we drag it out of the sky!
So can we bring it down?
Don't know. Never fought a Yoi this big. We'll see.
We can make stew or even sashimi. Either way, it'll last for months.
That's if we can get it.
Ever since we set foot in Edo, Quetzal started acting excitable. And whatever this aura is, it's made the monsters you call Yoi go crazy too. If you ask me, the blame lies entirely with your Diabloma. Shichi! Shichi!
Come on. Stop that. Oh, Shino.
Quetzal is trying to go back to the other world. So he's desperately searching for a way that will let him do that. Don't do it. Don't take Quetzal away.
Atl.
In Mexica, Quetzalcoatl is a god. He's everything to me.
different from any school of dance that most people know. One theory says it's the dance Ame no Uzume, offered before the cave Ama no Iwato.
So a dance of the gods, offered up for other gods.
For some reason, that girl was born knowing how to do this dance. And to the Yoi, this dance is irresistible.
You're confident the Yoi will appear?
Just watch. It will be here.
There it is.
It looks like a dragon. Maybe a serpent. I don't see legs. Do you know the legend of Mount Miwa? There's also a god enshrined as a serpent at the Suwa Temple in Shinano Province. In ancient times, there were people who honored such creatures.
That's...
No. That's a Yoi. We'll dispose of it as such. Now where's the foreign girl? If we have that girl, we don't need to rely on the Ayashi for this.
Yukiwa! Quetzalcoatl! What are you so afraid of? Have you just grown tired? Have we been searching for our own land for too long?
Think it's gone?
Even if it does come back, there's nothing we can do.
Otto! Sorry, Hosaburo, but if I'm not mistaken, we asked you to lead the matter of this girl to the town magistrate.
Who is that man?
Toraichi Hanai, my senior in Western Studies.
Who's that guy?
Lord Tori of Kai. He's the South Magistrate.
So that's the monster.
Listen, Ayashi. All of you are now under investigation. Surrender yourselves without a fight.
Stand down! We are Ayashi. We serve and obey the town magistrate. If we fight with them over this, it'll cause problems for the people who put us here.
Listen, the chief had nothing to do with us harboring that foreign girl. It's just the way things happened to turn out.
You do realize that Yoi could choose to come back any second, and when that happens...
And when that happens, what? After all, you weren't able to do anything against the Yoi. You know, you people are just so...
Kumoshichi, are you telling me that you can see him too?
Otto!
What have you done to her?
She's been drugged.
Your timing is absolutely perfect. This foreign girl will make an excellent sacrifice in an effort to soothe the Yoi serpent, and all this commotion will soon be settled.
Sacrifice? You're gonna offer this girl to the Yoi? She came up with this plan herself.
She told us everything. She told us who she is and where she came from.
Rumor has it you harbor a special hatred of foreign nations.
A long time ago, and halfway across the globe, there was a land called Azteca, or Mexica.
But 320 years ago, men from España came to their land, and the country fell to a man named Cortez and his army. And the country of Nueva España was born. And this girl lying before you is a descendant of the native people of Azteca.
Her country? was destroyed by them?
After they came, our lives in Nueva España were completely destroyed. We were treated worse than slaves. We went in search of a land where we could try and build our lives again. So we headed north. They called themselves samurai. They said they were descendants of people from a country called Japan.
Records show under Lord Ieyasu, the shogun of the Eastern Sun, a warrior by the name of Tsunenaga Hasakura crossed from Nueva España to Europe on Daimyo Masamune Date's orders. Records also show numerous warriors remained in Nueva España during this time. Until now, there was not any word on what had become of them.
Imagine for 200 years, they passed down their Japanese culture and heritage.
A country with beautiful scenery, where justice and kindness can always be found. After a while, I began to yearn for this Japan. Soon after we settled in Texas, a war broke out across the land, and again we weren't safe. To all those starving soldiers, we were still nothing more than slaves. And so I prayed, as hard as I could, to Quetzalcoatl.
There was once a god named Quetzalcoatl, but it's said that he was defeated by another god named Tezcatlipoca, and shortly after, he left this world.
When I had the chance, I slipped into the cast of a traveling show, and I did this for one reason only. I heard this troop would be crossing the ocean, which meant...
Quetzalcoatl! To Japan! I'm sure that this time we can find a place to belong!
But this place was just like the others. As soon as I arrived, I was nearly killed for simply being a foreigner. So I hid my skin color and tried desperately to recall the few Japanese words I knew. That was the only way that I could survive. And now Quetzalcoatl wants to go back to the other world. And if I can help him, I will.
When that horse acted up and went crazy all of a sudden, that was our fault. What crime have these two actually committed?
So this poor girl is the victim of a horrible fate that she had absolutely no control over. Is that the way you see it? Tell me then, do you have any idea why España decided to annihilate the people of Azteca? Because when those people made an offer to the gods, they'd take a human being and carve out their still beating heart as a gift. And when the people of España witnessed this, they perceived this to be the work of the devil.
Offer me. I'm begging. To the gods.
Quetzalcoatl is something this girl summoned to begin with, and as a result, she will be punished for toying with the gods.
Wait. I'll fight him. Just one more time. I can beat that Yoi.
Don't, Yukiatsu.
There's no need for this, Yukiatsu. This has been decided.
This is what Ayashi do, isn't it? Whenever a Yoi appears, another person's emotions seem to be involved. So should we just kill that person and make the Yoi go away? But what about class, poverty, and prejudices? These were created by man. If we start killing people, will these things go away too? Is it our job now to commit murder? The urge to look for someplace other than where you are. Sorry, but I can't pass judgment on that. But what I can do is try to defeat that Yoi.
Thank you.
Whenever a Yoi appears, another person's emotions seem to be involved. So should we just kill that person and make the Yoi go away? But what about class, poverty, and prejudices? These were created by man. If we start killing people, will these things go away too? Are we murderers now? The urge to look for someplace other than where you are. Sorry, but I can't pass judgment on that. But what I can do is try to defeat that Yoi.
Stop! You'll do what we tell you to. Well, I guess we'll go give it a try.
To be somewhere else, wanting something more, in a golden land. I'm going with them.
Oh, good grief.
Genbatsu, did you decide to join us?
His words are rather profound when you take into consideration he had to kill one of his best friends. And I prefer to sleep well at night, if possible.
You people.
Hey, what did you do with our weapons?
I'm telling you, just leave the little girl to me. It will be over very quickly, and things can go back to normal. Are you sure you want to do this? Remember who your father is?
I accepted that adoption knowing full well who my father is, and I'm grateful to you all. However, I will not allow you to interfere.
Well, nice resolve. However, if things go awry...
If the Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement is closed, then I will accept that fate. I doubt that will cause much of a problem for you, as it's my understanding that the Lord of Kai was against using Ayashis from the very beginning. So you'll have it your way after all.
I'll try the dance again. That should at least draw him out.
It should. After all, your dance was originally offered to the gods. And the Yoi are somewhat like gods.
That's a terrible thing to say.
Alright, this time I'm gonna draw his Ayagami out of him. Once I figure out what his true form is.
Do you think that foreign gods have Ayagami?
All things have some sort of a name, as well as a power that defines it.
Yuki, this can't be done.
Maybe not, but we'll find out.
You've had to remember a lot of things you should have forgot. And killing me is one of those things. You should have never had to remember that.
And if I hadn't remembered all that, I could have sacrificed that girl without a second thought. That it?
You tell me.
I'm guessing the drug has finally begun to wear off.
Where's Quetzalcoatl?
I'll show you.
He's here.
Quetzal! He's angry. He can't be stopped when he's like this.
I wonder if Lord Tori and his men questioning you have angered him.
No, this is my fault.
Perfect. Now show me your Ayagami! I don't believe it. There's more than one? Yuki. Nice try, but you didn't get that name till after you came to this country. Who are you, really? Maybe he has no Ayagami.
He does. It's just hidden.
What do you mean? What's hiding it?
Yuki, why don't you try and find my Ayagami?
What?
I have a feeling that if you find my Ayagami, I might be able to help you out. Come on, give it a try.
Can't.
And why is that?
Every Yoi I've drawn an Ayagami from has disappeared.
Yukiatsu. There's something big you're not getting. I'm not really Shichiji. Shichiji died when you killed him. But you couldn't bear the reality of that, so you used the power of the other world. And this being that I am now, you created. I'm the Kumoshichi that's inside you.
No, don't do this!
Atol!
I won't let you people bring Quetzalcoatl down here just to kill him. Quetzal and I are gonna go back. Back to his land forever.
Unfortunately, it doesn't exist.
In the legends, Quetzalcoatl went back to his land.
You say he was banished to some land, and then chose to come back, right? But that's wrong. You're the one who brought Quetzal into this world. It was you who created him. It may be that this god is still out there, but your Quetzal was born when you opened the other world, like I did with Kumoshichi.
I knew it was true. When he acted up, the first time, when I saw Quetzal raging like that, I knew that it was me. Yours takes the shape of human, but he's not one. Neither am I. Something about me is different. This was clear wherever I went. That's why I wanted to destroy everything around me, and then go somewhere far away.
So then, you think you're strange?
I am. You said so yourself.
No. I said we're different from each other. However, there's more. It's being different that makes us ordinary. Both me and you.
You're wrong.
Right before I took Shichiji's life, I admitted to him that I don't want to die. And that makes me ordinary. You see, just because I went to some other world and came back, that doesn't mean that I'm something special or different. And the same goes for you.
I can't believe I took Quetzalcoatl. I toyed with a god. What was I thinking? I created a monster.
Everyone has committed a sin. He did too. We all have. That said, every one of us has to get up tomorrow morning and keep on going. Atone for your sins, be done, and let the curtain fall. You only find those kinds of endings in plays, not in the real world. And it's for that reason alone that you want to escape to the other world and forget.
Yeah, but that's dishonest. I committed a horrible act. And now you want me to just move on with my life and pretend none of this stuff happened?
That's what adults do. And we're capable of far worse than that.
It's not right. Please don't. No, I don't want this. I don't want to be like you. What I did was wrong.
Go on.
What are you doing? You'll kill him again! Stop! I don't believe it. He did it.
A cloud, but then, how so?
According to what I have here, this character for Cloud reflects the image of a dragon hiding in the midst of a cloud itself.
And a dragon is a god that presides over heaven and earth. If Quetzalcoatl is able to transform into a dragon, instead of an evil serpent...
It's Kumoshichi. This is all him. He's trying to become one with Quetzalcoatl. And if he can control him.
And you're okay with that? You're about to lose one of your best friends. You could still talk to him, right?
Kumoshichi.
Ayashi.
Yes, but they did it. Because of them, that Yoi is no longer a threat.
You think that Yoi went back to the other world? That he's gone for good?
So, you won't erase it?
No. But I appreciate you going to all this effort.
If someone ignorant of your circumstances sees that, they'll treat you like a vagrant. No one will believe you, even if you tell them you're a samurai.
You seem awfully concerned for him, Saizo.
No, I don't. It could just cause us problems.
I'll be careful and make sure I'm not a problem. All right, I'll take her.
Right. See you there. I haven't had a roll in the hay for quite some time.
You're gross.
Do as you wish. But realize, Ryudo, by keeping that, you are just being sentimental. Not erasing the proof that you were once a vagrant only says to everyone else that you refuse to forget your past.
But I am just a vagrant. And I don't ever want to
forget that.
I'm sorry, I feel I've let you down. I wanted to protect you, but we're practically treated like vagrants ourselves. If the authorities get suspicious, they haul us off.
Right. Oma! Here's a going away gift. We won't ask where you're headed next. Yeah, it's better if we just don't know.
We're just about there.
What's with this place? They all seem so cheerful here. Will Yoshiwara always be like this? So happy?
Yuki! Yeah, there you are! I found you! Hoshino filled me in on everything. Seems like you actually did take someone's life a long time ago. And if you think you can run away from that, I'm not gonna let you.
He's not running. He never ran away from it. He never forgot what he did that day. Not even for a second. He's managed to live with his crime this whole time. And I think that's a pretty painful thing to live with.
Huh? Just what does that mean?
Let's call it quits, Chief. See, if you choose to keep meddling in my affairs, it'll get a whole lot scarier. Take my advice.
What? Get back here! Who the hell do you think you're... Hoshino?
Come on. Follow me.
Mama!
Is that your kid?
15 years was a long time ago. Sorry, Chief, but I'd long forgotten about Shichiji. But when I saw Yukiatsu that day, I realized that I had forgotten about Shichiji and got mad at myself.
Yeah, but a crime is still a crime.
I wonder what it feels like to live with the man you killed, constantly seeing his ghost.
Yeah. It seems the Yoi has vanished into the heavens. And as far as the foreign girl who brought it here, she has also been dealt with as the Ayashi best saw fit.
Dealt with? Whatever. I don't want to know. Just make sure Tori can't use it to his advantage.
Yes, sir.
Every woman here in Yoshiwara paints her face white. So one odd girl in their midst will hardly draw any attention.
Will she have to entertain customers eventually?
We would never do that to her. She's just being left in our keeping.
Cherry blossoms?
Is it that season already?
The rule in Yoshiwara is that no woman can leave without permission. But every single year, as you can clearly see for yourself, the finest cherry blossoms in all of Edo find their way here. I see that, but why? Because this is the land where dreams come true. It's the Golden Land.
Hey, there's no such thing.
Really? Looks that way to me.
No one will come way out here to the fringes of Asakusa.
Quetzalcoatl. I'm happy for you. I'm glad you could go back to the way you were. You know, it's all thanks to Kumoshichi. By him choosing to become one with you, he made it so you could stay in this world. All I've got now is this.
You really think so, huh? Behind you.
Kumo. Shichi?
Turns out that we're both flawed beings. And together, we were barely able to become a dragon.
Guess you failed to make it to the other world.
I told you, didn't I? I'm your creation. Besides, I like it here. There's no way I'm going back to the other world.
Serves them right. Take a look. This was Theater Town up until 2 years ago. But then it went up in flames, and now they're all the way out in the Asakusa rice fields.
Wow, so this was it? Hey, boss, how come you never brought me out here when it was still running?
Because a proper kabuki show costs you at least 1.5 real. I hear those lousy actors get paid 1,000 real a year. No way I can afford that.
Even though they kind of live like vagrants, acting does look fun. One moment, please. One moment, please.
Can it, will ya?
One moment. One moment. One moment. One moment. One moment, please. News that the Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement destroyed a Yoi, which the South Magistrate's office was having trouble with, seems to have already reached the ear of Senior Counselor Lord Mizuno.
That is indeed very good news. After all, with the senior counselor being your older brother, he seemed very concerned by your current fall from grace due to that unfortunate incident that occurred in Osaka.
In light of their recent success, the old Theater Town case will be entrusted to the Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement.
You're referring to the recent accounts of people around Sakai who have gone missing?
Yes, including the strange masks left behind. It seems to us like it's the work of a Yoi.
I wouldn't be so certain if I were you. You must keep in mind that the area you speak of is still teeming with folks who resent the fact that they were forced to move their theater houses. I'm inclined to think those people are just acting out against the authorities.
These are the Senior Counselor's orders, and you will allow this to be handled by them regardless. That bastard. Squirming because my brother has simply given a nod of recognition to the Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement?
You think so?
Tori has always tried to bring down people like you and me, people who come from families of proper lineage. But I won't let him.
Beyond this point is the old theater town.
Here was the Nakamura Theater and the Ichimura Theater. And along with the Morita Theater in Kobiki, they were the only ones officially approved.
That's true, but there were countless theaters here you could see plays in. But every single one is shut down now due to all the new reforms that are going on.
You seem almost happy about it. From what I heard, your family used to run one of those theaters before all the reforms. I'd think the reforms would make you angry.
Theater is nothing but deception. It's of no use to anyone. All it does is confuse people. It's poison.
It's my grandma! Help her!
Was that your grandma behind you?
Yes, I believe so. We couldn't go all the way to Asakusa, so we thought that we'd come here to reminisce. And then out of nowhere...
She's acting.
That's a theater mask.
Return to normal!
She's gone.
What just happened?
Hey!
Is this thing human or Yoi?
They'll just multiply! We must kill them!
So, that's who's controlling her.
It was deflected!
Now what? What the?
Abby!
Abi, you okay?
I'm fine. Hey, what's that?
A Yowie leg.
So what you're telling me is that you let it get away?
I guess so.
Until now, we haven't even heard of a Yowie like this.
But a mask like that is a fairly common theater prop, isn't it?
They're hardly ever used in kabuki, but they are used in No.
And the Yowie were made of light, were they? From what you've said, it seems the Yowie were the ones manipulating the masks.
Ryudo, what were you thinking? You tried to burn Abi back there!
No. That flame came out of Abi by itself.
What's all this?
And Ayashi's life is not something you toy with! A few more seconds and Abi would have—
Enough! In the Amishi language, Abi's name literally means volcano.
Just as things have names, people also have names. Which means Ryudo is capable of drawing Ayagami from other people's names as well.
This is absurd. If you think you can touch me with that filthy magic of yours, you're mistaken.
This smells awful.
This Yowie won't cook down in the pot for some reason.
Nothing. Guess it's not a Yowie then.
Are you suggesting that
Delicious. My, this is without a doubt the meat of a Yowie. A superior grade at that.
There is no better or worse grade of Yowie.
So then this mask is...
A person who was turned into a mask by the Yowie.
A Yowie that turns people into masks.
If you would, I'd like to handle this matter myself.
How come?
Is there something bothering you?
I just don't want any help from this thing called Ayagami. We barely understand its power as it is.
Listen, using the power of the other world may be troubling to you, but I guarantee you it's Yukiyatsu who's most bothered by it.
I can't believe they keep on performing after being forced into this place. Shameless. Is that you? Garota from Mikawa?
Young master of the Eriku Theater. I mean, young mistress. I'm so happy to see how much you've treasured this. On which stage are you now?
No matter which stage, if I perform at all, it's against the law.
But Master Denemon had no problem putting you on stage. He said your costume change from man to woman was as good as Utaimon's.
But what is wrong is wrong. Women are not permitted on stage. And that's why, when I turned 13, my father took me off. Since then, I haven't been near one.
So, what do you use this for?
The good of the world. And I'd like to make it a stronger weapon.
Huh? Well, I'm sorry, but that may be hard. I had to have someone else make this. A craftsman from Horai village near Mikawa.
By the way, when you used to work as a prop man for us, did you ever hear...
About what?
About who decided to give me my name? My mother or my father?
It was your father, Master Denemon. Who else would have named you? Huh? You familiar with the Toyokawa Company?
No.
Well, they're an all-women's troupe. They seem to be popular around Naito Shinjuku. Must be paying their respects today.
A women's troupe?
Granted, it's not real kabuki, but with that troupe you could...
They only draw a crowd because they're a novelty act. I want none of it. Wait a sec. What are you doing out here?
of the Ayashi. So then, why don't you ever dress like a girl?
I never have. Mainly because you can't go on stage unless you're a man.
That's the rule. Only men can become kabuki actors. They have all women's troupes, too. But they're just low-class amusement.
What the? That horse just spoke to us!
Greetings. The Eiraku Theater was a famous theater house out in Fukia.
So then where's your home now?
Well, over a year ago in October, the Nakamura Theater caught fire. As punishment, 3 were moved to Asakusa. All other theaters were completely banned.
Wow.
It's a shame, really.
I'm not so sure about that. Kabuki and other types of theater mesmerize people and do nothing to bring them happiness. It's just like the yoi. Monsters that deceive people. It's wrong.
We may live in frugal times right now, but people can't constantly grind out a day's work like horses and oxen do. I believe Lord Toyama, the North Magistrate, used to say the same thing.
Well now, you sure got chatty.
Aren't you the young master of Eiraku Theater? Our theater house is quite humble, but it will provide shelter from the rain.
All of these characters have within them the symbol for needle.
Needle?
Long ago in ancient China, whenever someone took an oath, they'd agree to be tattooed if they broke that oath. It showed their resolve to keep their word. And since needles are used to give tattoos, you'll see characters like Suffering with needles referring to the pain of the tattoo. You see it in Speak referring to a pledge to the gods. There are more. Sinner, that also has a needle. Your character for Dragon has a needle too. That comes from dragons having horns which resemble needles.
In Adel's country, they had a tradition of tattooing people there as well.
There's also a needle in another name, the Sai in Saizo's name.
Really?
It's true. Saizo asked me the origin of her name, and I told her what I told you. I told her Sai means to turn the needle on oneself and pass judgment. Basically, you're tattooing yourself for your sins. You see, it is not Ayagami that Saizo hates. It is her own name.
It was my understanding that building a new theater in Theater Town was prohibited.
Our unique company of women were given special permission. See?
But this is...
Come on, let's go inside.
Saizo! A whole troop of evil spirits.
This is almost as creepy as a fox's wedding. Do you think that Saizo will be the next mask? Step back, Abi! Now!
Nice.
Behind you!
No, please don't.
But that dance of yours, everyone so loves it. Won't you perform it once more?
I'm sorry, but I'm a sinner.
But this is a company of women. It isn't wrong.
No, that's not what I mean. Apparently my name means someone who will commit a sin. My father gave it to me. He chose to brand his daughter, his own kid, a sinner. I was basically a sinner from the day I was born. I knew this, and yet I still longed to be up on the stage.
Is it wrong to want something?
But it's all an illusion. Nothing here is real. And that's why I became an Ayashi. I'm done here.
Let's go.
Thank you both for coming. It's so gaudy and cheap. Every single bit of it is artificial.
True. Everything here is fake.
The Shogunate doesn't allow for anything real to be placed on the stage. Not even a single prop. The trees, the walls, even the ceiling tiles, they're all a facade.
That goes for performers, too.
Yoi! Do something, Master Saizo! They're Yoi!
This play is about the Ayashi?
Of course, they're all the talk of Edo now. How could we not make it into a kabuki play?
Saizo! Come on, dance! What are you waiting for?
Please dance for us, Master Saizo.
The dance I know is very, very old. It's something that my father taught me. This dance was offered by the goddess Ame no Uzume to the majestic Amaterasu. But you Yoi will never be gods, so I'll perform this dance as an act of pity. Yoi, behold the power of this.
Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something?
Abi, Genbatsu, what happened to Saizo?
It's Ryudo.
We're drinking mud!
I never. Yukiwa, can you take me to her?
This is all an illusion to deceive humans. And because I'm a Yoi, it doesn't affect me.
Good.
How embarrassing.
As one of the mountain people, it's the blunder of a lifetime.
Oh. Well, well. Ayashi Yukiatsu Ryudo. Hey, you're on! Before you are all the evil Yoi who've lost their homes, and they were very happy to come when called.
So that's why you wanted Saizo to dance, to summon these bastards.
A Yoi!
Can you cut me down? You so filled with shameless sins?
I became an Ayashi to atone for the wrong I've done. Now I dance to save those beguiled by illusions!
Liar.
What did you say?
All that you have done is simply find a new stage to do your dance. No matter how fake all of this may seem, your heart still yearns to be up here. So that little sin of yours, did it taste good? You're not trying to atone for your sins or save people. You dance simply because you want to dance. And eat because you wish to eat. There's absolutely nothing real upon this stage.
Including you!
Saizo! I'm gonna use Ayagami!
Stay away. I already know what my Ayagami is. My father branded me with it. I am a sinner. The tattoo needle in my name stands for sin!
Saizo!
And the sin I committed. Sin I committed.
Now there's nothing more to worry about.
Saizo!
We're here now, foxes.
That was an excellent feast you treated us to. And although we are both servants of the gods, with me serving the temple and you the Inari shrines, I've no intention of showing you mercy.
You should at least show some gratitude. I've just made all of your jobs a whole lot easier.
Like hell you did. Go ahead, Yukiyatsu. Do it.
Nice job.
So that's the thanks we get for helping you people.
My name is Sitter, pierced by a needle.
Saizo!
Abi, stop! Don't take that mask off her.
All right, what have you done to Saizo?
That mask belongs to your little friend. We only thought it fair to give it back to its rightful owner.
That mask was actually hers?
Saizo, calm down. That's enough.
Saizo, what are you doing? Stop it!
Guess making her stop will be up to us. This is gonna hurt.
Did she just...
There's no way. Saizo just isn't that good of a martial artist.
If she wants to become a different version of herself, the mask will fulfill that.
A different self. That's it.
You're the one making her do this, aren't you?
Saizo, come down!
Saizo?
It's those damn foxes. We'll begin by taking them out first.
All right then, boys, go ahead. Give it a try. However, be prepared to have to kill and eat every last one of us.
How many of these things are there?
Yukiyatsu, do you know how many Inari shrines there are in Edo?
What are you talking about?
There's an expression, as common as Isaiah's, Inari shrines and dog shit. There are hundreds of Inari shrines throughout Edo. And every time someone prays at one, another Yoi is born. In the form of a fox.
We can't get them all. There's too many.
Before that mask showed up, all we used to do was imitate humans and put on a few plays. Maybe cause a bit of mischief here and there. But then that mass came and started wreaking havoc in this area, and we merely wanted to be rid of it.
So that's why you lured Saizo to this place.
If you knew that mask was causing trouble, why'd you perform your plays here?
Simply because mimicking humans is what we do best. That's the only reason.
We can't possibly trust what you say. Every Yoi we've encountered so far has been nothing more than a mindless beast. However, these foxes not only understand our language, they speak it as well. They are exceptionally clever.
Well, as far as talking goes, I can do that too, you know?
Hey, don't confuse things.
Tell me if you've heard this story before. It takes place at a temple in Ushigome Yamabushi Street. The priest there sees a house cat stalking a pigeon and decides to save the pigeon from its fate, to which the cat says,
"Too bad, priest."
The priest was greatly surprised by this. "You there, you're a beast and yet you can speak to me? Go on, do it again, please, speak to me."
Oh, come on, priest. Live among you humans for 10 years and any cat can speak your language. Live for 14 or 15 years and we can do far more than that. It's just that there aren't very many cats who've lived that long.
Hold on, there's no way you've lived for 10 years.
You're right. That's because a cat who was born to a fox can speak from the very second they're born.
According to the story, the priest looked the cat in the eye and made it swear to never speak again. Shortly thereafter, the cat disappeared and was never heard from again, or so they say. That'll be all for today. Go home now.
The Yoi told you to go home and you did it?
The Yoi mask and the foxes might be connected. They might not be. We don't have any proof either way. But if what we heard is true, and they are incarnations of all the Inari shrines in Edo, there's no way that we can take them.
Just who told you all this?
Well, Yukiyatsu's horse...
Regardless, we have to do something about Saizo.
Fine, but earlier today I received a summons from the Lord of Noto. When I get back, I'll give you my decision. In the meantime, I want you two to figure out where Saizo is. Genbatsu, you're with me.
I shall get ready then.
What's the deal?
Yeah, sorry. But let's keep the horse thing between us.
But the boss knows that you're hiding the foreign girl, along with her horse.
Yeah, but if he found out that Kumoshichi's soul was part of that horse now, he might feel differently. You think I'm wrong about that?
I think. I trust you on this one.
Well, all right then. Shall we get cooking? Everyone's been loving that deep-fried tofu stuffed with rice lately.
The Inari sushi?
That's the one. Foxes eat in Hibiya too, don't they?
You care to fill us in?
Yes, per your last request. We are investigating the missing people near the old theater district. It seems a Yoi has taken the form of a mask and
That case is the least of our concerns now. Have you not heard of the incidents that occurred in Honjo tonight?
In Honjo?
It's what's commonly known as the Seven Wonders of Honjo. The callback moat, the ghostly drum beat, even the foot-washing mansion have all been reported very active tonight. It's all true.
One of Tori's men. Why would he be here?
And now in Ozabu there are reports of the seven-colored camellia changing hues, and of the ghostly drum beat sounding its drum.
The Seven Wonders of Ozabu.
And in Bansho there have been sightings of broken dishes spewing forth from the well heading towards the heavens, and a strange bubbling has been reported in the Onbo moat.
The Broken Dish Mansion and Oiwa Ghost. Amazing.
It's as if tonight someone lit a fire under the fiends of Edo. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this has to be the work of the Yoi.
In this world, there exist shapeless beings that are rather like the seeds of fiends lurking within the shadows. These things feed upon people's souls and clamor to take a form they can use to.
But why must they do it all at once?
I believe that's...
A commotion of this magnitude can no longer be left in the hands of the barbarian knowledge enforcement.
The South Magistrate, Lord Tori.
The South Magistrate's office is off duty this month, so even though it's not official, we're joining this investigation. I hear that one of your Ayashi has a rather interesting dance that she can perform.
If you're referring to Saizo's dance, yes, it was a dance offered to a god, and it can be very effective when it comes to subduing the Yoi.
The Yoi go crazy for that dance. Isn't that right?
Leading lady of this troop, please step outside for a moment. That was fast. Do you usually live in Hibiya?
You can normally find me at the Inari Shrine in Toyokawa.
Lord Oka Eiji-sen's estate?
Yes, but I can appear at any Inari Shrine I want. I am a fox, after all.
Yeah, I figured as much. So then, that being said, you could talk to all the Inari shrines in Edo if you wanted to. How about you do the two of us a little favor then? Find Saizo.
I don't think so. We finally got rid of that dreadful badger by pawning it off on that friend of yours.
Badger, huh? So that's the name of the Yoi mask. Well, don't you worry. We'll kill that thing and eat it, I promise.
You sound so frightening. Please, scary man, don't eat me too. Wait, being devoured by you might not be so bad. I need a moment. And now a map.
Just where were you two?
We have Saizo's location now. She's on her way to Saruwaka Street.
To where the 3 kabuki houses were moved? If the mask feeds on Saizo's true desires, it'll take her to the stage.
She's trying to escape from whatever sin she thinks she committed.
I don't care why. Find her and take her out.
Hold on, you can't ask that of us!
Somehow or another, Tori's office discovered this whole debacle. It seems Saizo is dancing her little dance everywhere. As a result, monsters across Edo are in an uproar.
Yoi are drawn to Saizo's dance. It's normally a very effective tool that allows us to defeat them. But now it's provoking the Yoi. Let her run amok, and there's no telling what kind of powerful Yoi she could call down.
But we can't just take her out!
They didn't go so far as to say that Saizo has been possessed by a Yoi, but bear in mind she's been sighted at every checkpoint in town.
If the Ayashi aren't capable of handling Saizo, then Lord Otobe will no doubt be humiliated in front of Tori. And then as a result, there'll be no more Ayashi.
I won't do it!
Oh, really?
I may not know everyone's story, but I know enough to see that not a single person here is normal. Am I wrong?
Now listen!
No, you listen! This isn't about you right now! You're just a shogunate slave! And me, I'm just a vagrant. Hobbies of the mountain people. Genbatsu is a high priest without a single parishioner. And Saizo was born to a stage that women aren't even allowed to set their foot on. She had to become an Ayashi. How dare you take her life?
What makes you so sure she can even be saved after being possessed by that mask?
I'll find a way. Look, Ogasawara. When Saizo met that Yoi, she was ashamed because she realized she'd eaten one of its legs. Now, granted, we were all eager to eat it. But who was it that first got her hooked on the taste of Yoi meat?
Seems we got our hands on some pretty rare fish. Go on, have a taste.
Are you sure it's okay, Lord Ogasawara? This meat is delicious.
Well, if you like it, Saizo, I can have them bring you more. It'll be a celebration for you coming to work for me.
If I keep eating food like this, I'll be completely spoiled by tomorrow. Yukiwa.
No, this is nothing to worry about. I've got friends all across Edo in an uproar right now.
Because of Saizo's dance?
That dance is something else. It makes Yoi remember the past. A long, long time ago, when there were still gods around.
Now that sounds good. If we could just get the Yoi to overrun this city once and for all.
Otto, Yuki will never allow that to happen. You know that.
Sure are a lot of people here.
Performances run from morning till dusk. A true patron of the theater will leave his house at the crack of dawn for a good seat.
But even in this weather, when you've got fiends coming out of the woodwork all over the city,
just shows how much people love the theater. People have always yearned to see a world that's different from their own. Because it's only then they can forget for a brief second where they really are. I'm sure you of all people don't need this explained to them. A different world that is not your own? You must know all too well what it feels like to yearn for the other world.
if you'll recall, I chose to run away from that place.
And yet, a part of you misses it.
Over this way.
So, then you've known Saizo since she was little.
Yep, I was a prop man for the Eiraku Theater for years. They were great. So, did something happen to the little miss? You say she's in danger?
Can you think of any reason that Saizo might have some sort of grudge against the theater district? Anything you can tell us will be helpful.
Do you think the fact that Saizo is a woman, and therefore not allowed to stand on a proper stage, could be a concern?
I'm not so sure, but I know someone who may be able to help you.
Are you Shinzaburo Murasawa by chance?
I'm no longer an actor, so please just call me Shinza. Shinza the handbill printer. I think the blame for all this lies directly with her father. I hate to speak ill of the dead, but it was the owner of the Eiraku Theater who caused all this.
Saizo's father died in the fire the year before last, didn't he?
And I think that old man must have really loved Miss Saizo, giving her a name like Saizo, and then dressing her up like a man. He taught her to dance and had her perform whenever he could. And when she started to grow older, he simply put a mask on her. And then he would send her up there on that stage dressed like a man, and the little miss would do it. She loved her father. And when her mother passed away, she became even more attached to him. That's probably why she always tried so hard to please him. But her old man changed his mind one day. From what seemed like out of nowhere, he suddenly forbade Saizo to go on stage.
Had the police finally caught up with him somehow?
That was probably part of it, but she's a woman in the end.
Who's a woman?
After many, many years, Saizo's body and face were gradually becoming more womanly. Unfortunately, her old man preferred the slender boy actors that only appear to you in your dreams. So, after a while, the old man's tastes in Saizo just
And it was around that time that the old man began to turn his favoritism towards me instead. Just like that day.
What day?
The day the Nakamura Theater burned. And it's for that reason that all the theaters have been placed so far off the beaten track. It's also why I have this scar on my face.
She's here.
I killed my father.
October 2 years ago, the wind was howling much like it is today.
Father! There's a fire! It's the Nakamura Theater!
You're so beautiful,
Shinzaburo. But boss,
I want you to stay the way you are forever. It pains me to see Saizo turning into a woman.
Does it now?
The Eiraku Theater is burning too!
You see, Saizo never wanted to leave the stage. She wanted to be the actor her father dreamed of.
After that, she became an Ayashi. But still, you think that was just another way for her to stay on the stage. She's here. Saizo, where are you going?
I am going to destroy everything.
What exactly is everything?
The illusion. It's just as evil as the other world. Theater entices people, just like the other world does. They pile lies and delusions upon the stage in an effort to steal people's hearts. An evil like this needs to be destroyed!
Destroy the theaters. That's her plan.
And all of them are packed with people. Saizo! Get rid of that mask!
Guess this isn't the best weapon of choice. She's a completely different person. Almost like a Yoi.
Seems that mask does pull at your desire to be another person. Come on. You really think this'll change things? The time has come. Now show me your sin!
No! No, Ayagami!
We have no choice. We must eliminate Saizo.
Each of these faces is one of mine, and not a one of them is my true face.
You're open.
Lord Okasawara, I am, but with this weather being what it is today, I thought that I might close up early. Are you looking for dragon bones again?
I'm hoping you haven't turned them into powder yet.
Not yet.
For whatever reason, you call these things dragon bones and grind them into medicine. Truth is, they're really old turtle shells. These carvings once told fortunes.
It seems you're always looking for these. Do you tell fortunes as well, Lord Okasawara?
I don't believe in such superstitions. But these carvings are the oldest written characters that exist from China.
Those things are characters?
It just looks like a bunch of people dancing.
He's right. That's because...
That's it.
All right, listen. I need all of these delivered.
Why, yes, of course, and I'll have it billed to your estate as usual. I could get a whole lot more for those things, though, if I could sell them as medicine.
Out shopping, are we? Young Lord Ogasawara?
So I'm being watched.
We hear in Ayashi someone named Saizo is headed for Sarawaka Street.
Yes, and my men are already on their way.
We'll accompany you there.
The finance magistrate, Lord Otobe, has approved our involvement in this.
Come then.
Moheiji!
Huh? Problem?
I found you, Moheiji Honjo. But why is Hosaburo Shiroyama with them?
Ogasawara told me everything. He also pointed out, there's a needle in my name too, for dragon. You say that none of these are your true face. You're wrong. All these masks are part of you! Saizo, people have all kinds of faces buried inside them. There are no real or fake ones. These are all yours.
No. 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 No!
People are always wearing different types of masks. Someone could do good deeds all day long and still turn into a demon at night. You have to accept this at some point. What I'm asking you to choose, Saizo, is the face of an adult.
This mask. This was my mask. I've always felt that. What I am now is not my true self. Perhaps that feeling is what turned this mask into a yoi.
I'm sure growing up in the theater district, you came across that sentiment a lot.
Yes, I did. Anyone who longs to be on stage, the only thing they're really looking for is to be someone other than their true self.
People feed off of. It's gonna keep eating. It'll find another soul who wants change and feed off them.
All right, then.
Let's go.
Saizo, I want you to stay here. I think that... Ogasawara.
It would seem the yoi has finally shown itself.
Did you give life to that mask, Saizo? Bad, Ayashi.
Things have changed now. Saizo's not a problem.
Fine, Ryudo. But I want you to use Ayagami on Saizo.
What are you talking about?
That's an order.
So this is it, boss, isn't it? In my name, the character Sai stands for sin. It represents the needle that marks those who've broken an oath. Chances are, Ayagami will draw that needle out of me and impale me with it.
But no one is gonna do that.
You will, Ryudo.
I gave life to a yoi and I shouldn't have. And now the boss is asking me to pay for that mistake with my life. When you and I first met, I asked you how someone your age could still yearn for the other world. But I was really talking about myself.
So my other world is like your stage.
I longed for the illusion. I missed being someone other than who I am, and hated myself for it. I hated you as well, and all the people who wanted any part of the other world. And so I chose a side that stood against that world. And yet, for some reason, I still want to be a part of it.
So you think what the fox said is true?
It is true. That's the reason I became an Ayashi, so I could keep on dancing. I wanted to dance where I wanted to, and not care about the laws.
And is that wrong?
I was lying to myself. An Ayashi should save people from being enticed by illusions. Yet I longed for one.
What'd I say? A person doesn't have just one face. If you can't choose between being a man or a woman, and find that you despise yourself for wanting these illusions, then don't choose. I pretend too. I pretend I'm over the other world, but a part of me does want to go back. If someone gets a needle for that, then I'm next. But I'm gonna have a little faith that there is no sin in you.
That, Ryudo, is a ceremonial blade carried by someone who assists a king. What? I let myself be misled by popular theories. It seems your character's sai does not represent a tattoo needle after all. It's for someone who wields that sword during ceremonial rituals, to carve a sacrifice. Essentially, it's a king's trusted advisor.
My father.
Your father hoped you would fill a respected role in support of someone and become a force to be reckoned with. Even if you couldn't have a starring role on the stage.
So this is what you went off to find? After you callously told us to take Saizo out?
All right, that's enough. Get going.
Well now, what an enlightened decision.
As long as we bring down the Yoi, there's no problem.
It seems you've forgotten the debt that you owe to Lord Tori.
I'm grateful I was spared imprisonment for Western studies. But that said, I have other obligations.
What's that? That's an awful advertisement. Wait, it's going to land on us!
Saizo, smile! Go on, do it! The character for smile is a woman dancing with her hands in the air. Now smile and dance!
What theater is that? I am an Ayashi. And because of that, I don't need any more masks!
You've got my business! Tell us who you are!
By no account can this possibly turn out well.
Right now, they just think it's advertising for another play. Let's go.
When we next meet, who will devour whom? I can't wait to find out.
That's right. From the Inner Palace. Apparently, several ladies from the Inner Palace had gone out to visit Sensoji Temple, and they just happened to pass through Saruwaka Street at that exact moment.
That would normally be forbidden, particularly with the reforms we have going on. But Lord Mizuno didn't make any comment about that.
It seems one of those women was completely mesmerized by the Ayashi and their actions to defeat the Yoi mask. According to what we were told, she was incredibly adamant that the Shogun grants full support to the Ayashi.
That's great, but rather unexpected.
Even though Tori voiced his opposition, we came to the decision that you will be given another assignment right away.
So, did the meeting go well today?
Yes. And now I'm afraid that I have another stop to make. You two head on back without me.
What's up with that guy? Where's he going?
Not sure, but if I had to bet, his old master's place.
Master of what?
Huh? Something about discerning the movement of the stars through mathematics. But from what I'd heard, he'd been expelled.
Mathematics and expulsion, huh?
Master Uchida!
I see you're still just as good as you always were, Shiroyama. Oh, right. You go by Ogasawara now. That's enough! Kano, what do you think you're doing?
Master?
You're both classmates who under my tutelage studied mathematics together. Shiroyama was adopted by a shogun's vassal, and you, Kano, you went on to study artillery. What is there to fight about?
There is a matter I wish to rectify.
Kano, the last I heard, you'd gone to study under Master Shuhan Takashima in Nagasaki.
Yes, and the master was arrested last year under suspicion of treason. You should know that. After all, the person who turned him into the authorities is a man called Moheiji Honjo.
What? Honjo?
That's right. The man you were chatting with so freely the other day.
Tatsuzuki Honjo serves Lord Tori of Kai. He's a respectable man.
The man who ordered Master Takashima's arrest was Tori. He hates all Western studies. By his order, Honjo laid a trap for Master Takashima. And then on top of that, the man overseeing the arrests at the Nagasaki magistrate was Mitsugu Ogasawara, your adoptive father. You're a traitor. You're just like that man Honjo is. You betrayed Master Takashima, who we're both indebted to.
You're wrong. Yes, my father did go to Nagasaki to take a post as a deputy, but that has nothing to do with me.
Regardless, Kano is threatening to assassinate this man called Honjo. Whatever happens, Master Takashima is as good as dead, and Kano wants to avenge the Master. Perhaps you could find a way to help him out with that.
Master!
I don't need his help. Your skills aren't good enough anyway. But if you do anything to stop me, I'll cut you down in a second.
Kano.
Good grief. It seems the mathematics I taught you two are useless now.
I don't know what kind of work you're doing now, but you shouldn't let your old man's words weigh you down forever.
No, that's not it. Yes, I'm a man, but I'm a woman too. And although I despise the illusion, I still want it. At least for now.
Next month, on the 13th, the Shogun will be going to Nikko to pay his respects. However, there are concerns regarding his journey there.
I heard a terrible proclamation was sent out. It ordered any and all vagrants in the region to be arrested.
That's true. They've decided to have Senior Counselor Toshitsura Doi scope out the planned route in advance of the Shogun's journey. That's the official release, though. Not in a million years can the Shogun's cavalcade be allowed to come under attack by a single Yoi. To ensure his safety, every last Yoi along the high road will be destroyed.
All right then. When will this job begin?
It's tomorrow, but there's still more. The only Ayashi accompanying Lord Doi will be myself.
What? And what is the reason for this?
Listen, Lord Doi is an influential senior counselor. Only official shogunate vassals have been chosen. That includes Lord Tori's subordinate, Lord Honjo. With your status, you can't be escorts.
I can't believe you're pulling that on us now! Without us Ayashi, How do you think the Yoi can be properly taken care of?
Stay here and protect Edo. Where are you going?
So, you gonna get yourself killed by the Samurai Kano so you can protect Honjo?
That's my business. It has nothing to do with the rest of you.
You could have easily given up on Saizo, and you didn't. And in light of that, I won't give up on you. Lord Ogasawa Ra's attendant, huh? Sounds good to me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. The woman dancing forms the character for Smile. But when you add woman to the character for Smile, do you know what character you get? Next to him who had been chanting sutras earlier. He decides to peek inside and see what's going on, and notices the couple lying in their bed, but their heads have been removed.
Then he comes to realize that everyone in that cabin was a headless monster, right?
The monk had heard that if you hide the body of a headless monster while their heads are out roaming, you'll have a bit of an advantage on it. Because without their bodies, the monsters can't return to normal.
What is that thing? A human or a Yoi?
A Yoi, but he may have started out as a human. They say he was an excellent priest.
So in this version of the legend, it's the monk who's the headless monster.
He's tied down. His body's been anchored to the floor joists. We will have to cut those cables to move him.
I knew that moving his body wasn't going to be as easy as it seemed. Well now.
Did you think I couldn't handle a sword?
I thought you just studied Western culture.
You're wrong. I simply dislike swordsmanship. Now, Ryudo!
Maybe it's time we give your Ayagami a try. Too creepy, huh?
Be gone!
So, who wants to cook him up?
I can't say that this has made me hungry. Tomorrow, we're going to look for something called Shizuka Mochi. If we don't find that, there's a forest monster I just heard about.
Just how many Yoi are hiding out along this high road?
Well, this book contains strange legends of this nature from all over the entire country. It lists water monsters in the shape of imps and eels, and sky monsters like Lightning Beast and tea kettles. There's also...
You know, some of these Yoi are totally harmless if you leave them be. Do we really want to go after every last one of them?
It's our duty to go after them. When the Shogun passes through next month, he won't encounter a single Yoi.
Does my job description include me scrubbing your back, too? It's you.
So we're at the same inn, huh? Well, it makes sense. We both have the same assignment. You did know this.
Officially, our cavalcade is on a mission to clean up hoodlums and vagrants along the high road. However, our true objective is to kill the Yoi. And I thought this task would be left to the Ayashi.
We're finessing our skills at killing Yoi as well.
Very well. By the way, Honjo, I was wondering, are you at all related to someone by the name of Moheiji Honjo?
And what if I am?
Have you heard any rumors about the stones?
No, what stones?
It's a common story along the high roads. Something about sitting on one of these stones makes you feel sick. But if you haven't heard of it, then you haven't heard of it.
Anai, go heat up some more water. I'm not sharing bathwater with a vagrant.
This Kano friend of yours, the person that he's going after is Honjo, isn't it?
But that's not his real name.
I don't know what it is, but I think Tori's got Honjo up to something. I have a feeling that we're going to come to blows with that guy eventually.
But he serves under the South Magistrate. He is not someone that Kano can cut down and simply walk away from.
What a good boy.
What is this letter all about?
I have a question I want to ask you. That's all.
If I'm denied the pleasure of your company, my heart shall burst and I shall surely die? You sent me a love letter!
Oh, I had one of the courtesans write it, so I wonder if she thought it was going to a man. Well, it's him. He thinks Yukiatsu might be headed for Nico.
That is correct.
Nico? Ryudo? I see. So he went anyway.
So then you know what he's talking about?
Our boss is on his way to Nico as we speak. However, we were all told not to follow him. But Ryudo...
It's dangerous. Huh? There's a bad aura gathering in Nico.
Then we'll go get him.
What's he mean by dangerous?
I like...
This one's good. We'll also need a straw hat and sandals we can lace up.
You're going to come too?
I'm just concerned for my boss, that's all.
but I think only Yukiatsu is in danger.
Why do you care about Ryudo so much?
I am where I am because Yukiatsu told me to stay here. So he needs to stay alive and take responsibility for that. Oh, that straw hat is so cute.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Are you going dressed as a woman?
I don't have a choice. There's a checkpoint at Kurihashi.
Guess we'll have to put a hat on that shaved head.
Feel free to hitch a ride if you want.
Thanks, but I'll pass.
Won't we need papers once we get to the checkpoint?
No, we're entertainers. Entertainers aren't required to have papers. They're free to go where they want and die where they want.
It's not safe to walk alone around here. Rumor has it there are monsters in these parts.
Monsters, huh?
That's right. With a face like this.
What's the matter?
Sorry, but
Did you see something that upset you?
a monster. No way. What am I talking about? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Nothing like that actually exists.
Just what kind of a monster was it? Did it maybe...
Have a face like this? What have you done? Who are you?
Ryudo, did you get it? Kano.
Shiroyama, what do you mean, did you get it? This man cut down a woman in cold blood.
Kano, look. It was a Yoi.
A Yoi?
These scare people and let them escape. They see them again and ask, did it have a face like this? Then attack. They're in Edo as well.
Since when did you start believing in monsters? You and I studied Western culture together. We both agreed that all the laws of this world could be explained through the formulas of mathematics and astronomy.
Even Westerners believe in a divine being they call the Lord. This is proof. How else do you explain it?
It's right up there, Lord Honjo. This time I know we found it for sure.
That's the man I'm going to kill to avenge my master.
Master Takashima wasn't killed. He was just sent to prison. There's no death for you to avenge.
Shut up!
I swear, the weaker they are, the quicker they draw their sword.
Why, if it isn't the young Lord Ogasawa.
Sorry, but Honjo's going to die.
What? Is something the matter?
No. If you want Honjo, that way.
You're too kind.
It's those things we saw back in the show tent, the fake Yoi they used to fight the real Yoi. The magistrate office that's supposed to defeat the Yoi is using Yoi. That's some twisted logic right there.
I wouldn't concern yourself with them.
People say their head feels oddly heavy when they're in this area, and some folks come through and never return.
And you really think that's all caused by this boulder here?
This is the real thing.
There you two are. So then, you found one of those rocks?
What's the matter?
You've
got to get the Asobe away from here. The last time they lost control like this was in front of another powerful Yoi. This may be only a shark, but I think it's even more potent. The Asobe shouldn't come anywhere near this.
That over there is a pontoon bridge. They only use it when the Lord Shogun himself crosses the river. You folk can just use the ferry boat.
We won't need any ferry boat. Yukiwa here will get us across.
Well, the Tonagawa is the biggest river in Kanto. This thing flows all the way to Edo and then becomes the Oka.
The Arakawa becomes the Okawa. This becomes the Edogawa.
Ignore that. So what about Lord Doi's cavalcade?
Well, once the bridge is built, I'm sure he'll come through here and check that it's safe.
So then, it looks like you've decided to protect Honjo.
That's what a warrior does. I have no choice.
You have to convince Kano to let this thing go.
Kano is also doing what a warrior must do. Excuse me, Honjo. I need to talk to you. So, from what I've heard, you were stationed in the Nagasaki district up until just last year. While there, you were involved in the apprehending of Shuhan Takashima.
Takashima had hoarded vast amounts of weapons and munitions in his house, and on top of that he was suspected of treason. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when Takashima was in Edo, you were one of his students, weren't you?
That's true, but it's irrelevant to this.
There was also Uchida in mathematics, and Okumura in land surveying. Every master you had was close to Noburu Watanabe. And yet, as a result of Lord Tori's benevolence, when the Society for Barbarian Knowledge was imprisoned, you were spared. But there's more. I heard the man who arrested Takashima was Mitsugu Ogasawara, your adopted father. So are you criticizing your father's decisions now? Excuse me.
What was he talking about when he said that you were spared from imprisonment?
It was just nonsense.
Are you protecting Honjo from Kano because you think you have some debt to Tori?
I do. I believe I read something about an eel monster that's connected to this river. Hey!
4 years ago, famous scholars and physicians were suddenly arrested, one after another. These men were imprisoned for no other reason than having studied Western culture, the Society for Barbarian Knowledge. Inspector Yozo Tori captured Noburo Watanabe and Choi Takano. Since then, the first took his own life, and the second is still in prison. Ozaburo Ogasawara, actually he would have been Hotsaburo Shiroyama back then, was commonly believed to be one of the men who would be arrested. Enter Mitsugu Ogasawara. He served under Tori at the time, and was coming down hard on scholars of Western learning. But he began to voice his desire to adopt Hozaburo.
Then he became Ogasawara's adoptive father.
He figured that even though Tori was in power, scholars of Western learning would eventually gain prominence, so he did his best to look good to both sides.
And because of that, Ogasawara escaped imprisonment.
I'm sure a lot of people feel that way. Which begs the question, did he accept the adoption to save his life? Or was it something else?
Tell me, sir, how do you know all this?
I have fallen under the influence of Western learning myself, and thanks to that, I've been shunned by Mizuno.
Mizuno?
Senior Counselor! Lord of Oi! Everything's fine. This is Hozaburo Ogasawara's steward. You need to stay close to your palanquin. Sorry, but I came across an unusual flower.
All right, Lord of Oi Toshitsura Doi. Just what do you know?
Excuse me. Are you planning on doing some fishing here?
I am thinking about it. I'd like to catch some eel if I could.
Then there's a little favor I'd like to ask of you.
In this river, there is a very large eel that we locals refer to as the Guardian, and he protects this river. If you go fishing for eel and you happen to catch one over 15 hands long...
That would be the Guardian, so please return him to the river? That's an excellent story. After hearing a story like that, it's human nature to want to go out there and catch a big one. And once you're out there in the middle of the water, you're nothing but prey for the eel.
What are you talking about?
I've caught my fish.
What the?
Did you find it?
Find what?
A shard of the killing stone.
No, that's not,
Character for current is believed to mean that which can sink an evil god down into the depths of the world. He used the Ayagami of the actual river.
Hosaburo.
It's all right. Sorry. I am fine, Kano.
So then, what is all this?
What have you done?
Once one Yoi has tasted the flesh of another, nothing else will satisfy it.
Hey, get out of there! What are you doing? That's ours! Ryudo, come back here now! Where are you going?
Yukiatsu!
Yakiwa, that you?
Did that horse just speak to him right now?
Come on!
March 21st. In advance of Shogun Tokugawa's trip to pay his respects at Nikko next month, a decree was issued that all vagrants and miscreants found along the road to Nikko be immediately brought to order.
And in an effort to ensure that all the roads are indeed safe, Senior Counselor Lord of Oi, Doi's cavalcade, departed for Nikko ahead of the Shogun.
But in reality, the true nature of this expedition was to wipe out every last fiend, monster, and Yoi that haunts the route to Nikko. But for some reason, the leader of the Ayashi, Hosaburo Ogasawara, embarks on this mission alone.
Ryudo goes after him, and subsequently so does Ato and Saizo.
Then we find out that an old friend of Ogasawara's has his sights on the cavalcade. And on top of that, we even have a band of mysterious men lurking in the shadows.
But ignorant of such goings-on, we remain here in Edo.
Done. The story is summed up. Our work for the day is complete. Time to drink.
I think they've eaten something strange.
Did the horse just talk? I thought Quetzalcoatl just turned into a regular horse. Kano!
I say we go straight back to Edo. This thing's just getting started. I feel a bad wind blowing out of the west. We'll wait and test it at Nico. There lies the remains of a god.
Moheiji Honjo, I avenge my master.
So, Kano, is it?
Kano, put your sword away. Honjo, I'll take care of this.
Come on, Shiroyama. Look how low you've sunk. You're nothing more than Tori's dog now.
Ozaburo Shiroyama was a student of Western studies, and he agreed to be adopted by the Ogasawaras, a family notorious for cracking down on scholars, only to save himself.
Liar!
Get out of here! Take that horse! Hurry up!
Yeah, okay.
You idiots! Enough of this foolishness! This cavalcade exists to ensure the Shogun's safety. You will forget this nonsense.
I would like permission to depart immediately.
It seems you people did not join this cavalcade for the purpose of destroying Yoi. Instead, you are searching for something along Nico Road. And whatever it is, it's been stolen. Is that true?
My lord,
What is it that they're after?
your rank does not allow you to speak to him directly. Watch yourself.
I believe the Ayashi are the Shogun's retainers. I will allow it. Now answer the question. What has the Lord of Kai asked you to search for along this route?
The Killing Stone.
The Killing Stone of Nasu? It was formed when a nine-tailed fox was killed with an arrow, but even though it was turned to stone, it still emits a gas that kills everything around it.
We just had a shard of it. The whole purpose of the Killing Stone was to incarcerate a very powerful Yoi. Even a small shard of it can be incredibly potent. Therefore, it only makes sense that the magistrate's office would want to analyze it and understand its powers.
Stop, Hanai.
But you let this dangerous object be stolen and allowed your underlings to cause a disturbance, both on offense.
One moment, please. There was another man who tried to take Honjo's life. His name is Senoshin Kano. Just what is to become of his punishment?
Unwarranted revenge against a retainer of the Shogun will not be permitted.
I believe Kano is a friend of Lord Ogasawara's.
Ogasawara, you will leave the cavalcade and pursue this man Kano at once. You're to assemble your Ayashi and capture him without fail. Ogasawara, you need to kill Kano. Kawaji, myself, and the others who used to study Western learning intentionally avoid anything that will attract Mizuno's attention. Tori would say you encouraged Kano to kill Honjo. He'd have no qualms bringing such false charges against you. Ensure your innocence now.
It's all a lie! Lord Ogasawara actually betraying a friend?
Well, he let himself be adopted by a man working for Tori, and then avoided investigation by the barbarian knowledge reforms.
It's a lie! It's a lie! It's a lie!
Honjo!
Moheiji Honjo is accurate. It is another name that I go by.
He's just keeping his real name secret on account of Lord Tori's orders.
What did you do to Kano? If you had simply arrested Master Takashima, Kano would have no reason to come after you like this.
Now listen. I hate everything about him. And not just him. I hate you and you! You people speak of other world and other countries, but you say nothing about the land you're standing on.
The other world and other countries are not related.
In the end, they are. You people are so arrogant, you behave as if you're the only ones who know the truth about anything. How things are achieved in other countries, how beautiful everything is in the other world. All you do is go around boasting about other worlds that you can't even go to.
Boasting?
You're just like the rest of us, insects scampering around on the ground. But you think you're something special, that you're too good to call this place your home. But like it or not, people have no choice. They have to live here.
Why would someone do that?
Does anyone know who is enshrined here at Toshogu?
Of course, the Lord Tosho Daigongen.
That's right, Lord Ieyasu Tokugawa. Under this ground sleep many a wayward soul, and one could argue that by making Lord Ieyasu a god here, you continue their suppression. But the names that have been written here are the other divine names that could have been bestowed upon Lord Ieyasu. They therefore negate and erase Lord Ieyasu's powers as a god. They are a curse.
Here, eat this.
Why this?
Because it's probably best if neither of us eat that meat.
Then why are you cooking it?
Because the others should be arriving soon.
I don't care about them. If I don't eat some sort of meat, I won't have the strength to kill Homejo.
You realize that's Yoi meat.
You guys are late. The cavalcade arrived a long time ago.
We took a different route than the cavalcade.
So you pretended to let me escape just so you could corner me? You said that was a Yoi? Just what is that?
Monsters that come from the other world. And it's our duty to destroy these monsters.
The other world? That doesn't exist.
You saw them yourself. You saw the monsters.
I saw a beast.
I destroy Yoi using my background in Western studies. And by doing so, I hope to have the Shogun realize how important Western learning can be. That's why I took this job.
You're a liar. You took the job just to save yourself from imprisonment. Admit it!
Sunset.
Look at that. It's Ayagami.
The character that depicts the sun setting into the grass. And if you were to take this character and then add Badger to it.
Baku!
All who have been sealed away by Ieyasu's spirit, awaken!
No way. The other world? That place doesn't exist.
Honjo made a comment to me that other countries and the other world are the same. People simply yearn for a place that isn't.
Kano!
To stabilize the world under Tokugawa and for the sake of peace, numerous Yoi were buried beneath the ground here. And now they are about to awaken. Here they come! Attack! don't believe it. They've awoken the Yoi. If more keep coming... Senior Chancellor! Yukiatsu Ryudo! Yuki! He's using his own name as a weapon. All right, Kumoshichi, here we go!
Kumoshichi, what's wrong? Are you hurt?
I don't think I can do it anymore. It's getting pretty hard to keep him under control.
Does that mean it'll revert back?
There's a crazy, powerful Yoi raging around this area. It doesn't help that the Killing Stone is one of Quetzalcoatl's favorite foods. Even though I merged with him to try and keep him under some sort of control.
Then merge with me. I'll join with both of you. My name is Ryudo. It means one who guides the dragons.
Realize if you do this, you too could end up as a monster from the other world. Just like me.
Monster, huh? That's why I decided to do this. To fight against the Yoi. I'm sorry for everything I've done, Shichiji. Forgive me.
Come on, Yukiatsu! Do it while I've got control!
All right, buddy, I hear ya. Try to have a little patience. Ready, Kumoshichi?
Quetzalcoatl. Has he come back again?
No, that's a Haku. A Haku is a sacred beast talked about in legends. It's said to be superior to dragons.
So then what happened to Ryudo?
At this rate, chances are Ryudo will be consumed by the Haku and never change back to human form.
But boss...
We're going to put an end to this battle. The Yoi source of power comes from the Killing Stone. If we can shatter that thing in one shot...
Are you telling me you actually want to help that monster?
You're talking about one of my men. We are Ayashi now. As a result, we're not able to exist without the taste of Yoi meat.
Give me that. Kano. There's not enough gunpowder. Calculate the distance. This won't shatter it in one shot.
Look, it's a Haku! No, that's one of the 8 serpent heads. I never thought I'd see one in our time.
How do you two know how to do this?
These are the basics of Western artillery, all of which we learned from Master Takashima.
Ryudo, hold on.
of this land are still here.
Yukiatsu! Yukiwa!
I'm guessing that this won't be settled until you kill me, will it?
And I doubt you can abandon your quest to kill Honjo either. If I were you, I too would find Honjo's actions unforgivable.
You know? Is this true? Am I really going to Holland?
I've taken it upon myself to talk to the captain on your behalf.
I can't believe I'm going to another country.
I've arranged for other passengers as well. Oh, by the way, if it's at all possible, could you introduce me to Master Shuhan Takashima?
Honjo crept into the Master's estate and planted the evidence that they used against him. And it was all my fault. I had no right to criticize you at all.
I understand.
But if I do not kill Honjo, I will never forgive myself!
Kano! Kano.
The truth is, I really wanted to go. Right, Shiroyama? You would have wanted to go too.
That's right.
Kano!
Kano!
You have my thanks. I simply did my duty. There's something I would like you to transport tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
The moon sure is beautiful tonight.
Yeah.
For the sake of Western studies, maybe what everyone says about my adoption is true. Maybe I did it because it was the easy way out.
It seems like he wanted the easy way out, too.
Truth is, I'm afraid of myself. That is why I refuse the Ayagami. There's no telling what'll come out of me.
I'm gonna get some air.
Sure.
Let's see. How did that thing go again? The toes look something like this.
Master, I need some direction.
What can I do for you, Mr. Condor?
I would like to draw a dragon as realistic as yours are, but I have no idea how you do it.
Come on, I've told you this before. It's something I learned from the very first master I studied under, Kuniyoshi Utakawa. To paint realistic images of fighting, go into town every day and find some kind of fracas to observe. Watch the way the hands move, and the way the feet position themselves. Your mind will absorb these things, and over time your work will look real. Observation. It's all about observation.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense when it comes to people and their environments, but sir, what you're painting right now is a dragon. I mean, these things don't even exist. It's not possible to observe monsters of this nature.
Oh, really? I've seen them. Both dragons and monsters. But then again, that was almost 40 years.
Congrats.
Congratulations to you, sir.
Congratulations to you, sir.
So, tell me, Master, just what is it that we're supposed to be congratulating?
Beyond Japan's borders exists a paradise of women. But stop with the courtesan speech. It makes me self-conscious.
But, sir, this is the way I've talked since the day that I was born.
That's much better. Now, as for what we're all celebrating, we all know about Iyeyoshi Tokugawa, that he just left for Nikko.
Tokugawa?
Who's that? He can't mean the Lord Shogun.
That's right, the Lord Shogun. It was quite the cavalcade. In order for all these men to cross Konda Bridge from head to tail, it took them an entire day.
So then, just what are we celebrating?
He's going there to pay respects to one of his ancestors, Lord Tosho Daigongen.
And senior counselors Mizuno and Hota, along with the town magistrate Tori and Masakura Abe, all went with him. Which means here in Edo, there's not a single person left in town to enforce the reforms. So if you ask me, that's worth celebrating. Now, wouldn't you all agree?
You may find this hard to believe, but they say he's Master Doaku Kano's #1 student.
He says he's out to observe the world, but he's just a boy, and all he's done is plop himself down right here in Yoshiwara. Hey, you think it'd be okay if I went in the other room? Are you slacking off now? You want to see Courtesan Areshino's parlor, don't you?
There's nothing to worry about. Besides, I want to see who these big officials are who've got you ladies so excited. Just who are they?
No, you don't understand. Master Shizaburo.
They're not your usual group of gentlemen. Master Saizo! You're just so incredibly cute! Forget her, Master Saizo. Look at me! Master Saizo!
Hey, can we go already?
Now that the Shogun is safely on his way to Nikko, we finally get the day off. I see nothing wrong with kicking up our heels a bit. If you're worried about the cost, I'll cover you.
Yes, but you're the most popular one here tonight.
Is that girl Ureshino's apprentice?
Huh? Oh, her. Yes, she has an odd name. It's Ona.
They're sure having a good time. Too bad not a single one of them is decent enough to hold their head up in public.
Who the hell are you?
Don't upset him.
He works with the police. He comes in for free, claiming he's investigating. That man is shameless.
I am here investigating. I want those Ayashi bastards.
Ayashi?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Come on now. You can tell me.
Tell you what, I don't know anything.
All right. Finish your work here, and then when you're done, I'll pay your tab.
Huh? Really? You've got a deal. It seems among the authorities they're referred to as the Office of Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement. And as far as I can tell, they're not under the control of any particular government office. Their official location is in Kudan, but I suspect their real headquarters is somewhere else.
So what do they do?
Just as their name suggests, they're supposed to crack down on people who study what they call barbarian knowledge. There's even a rumor that Lord Atobe of Noto and Lord Abe of Ise oversee all of them.
Really? But I thought Atobe is the finance magistrate and Abe is the magistrate of shrines and temples. Not only that, but Atobe is senior counselor Mizuno's younger brother.
Yeah, I know. That's why I find the rumor kind of hard to believe myself. Now, the guy who heads the Office of Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement is Hozaburo Ogasawara. He was adopted by Lord Mitsugu Ogasawara, a deputy of the Nagasaki Magistrate's Office. He's also a known student of Western Studies.
That's odd. A student of Western Studies hired to crack down on his own peers?
Yeah, I know. There's something fishy going on there. After he was adopted by Ogasawara, he sold his friends out to the town magistrate, Lord Dori, just to save his own skin. At least that's what his friends think. A case in point would be an old teacher of his, Takashima. He was an expert in firearms. And last year, he was sent to prison.
I'm telling you, just leave the little girl to me. It will be over very quickly. And
things can go back to normal. Are you sure you want to do this? Remember who your father is?
I accepted that adoption knowing full well who my father is, and I'm grateful to you all. However, I will not allow you to interfere.
Well, nice resolve. However, if things go awry...
If the Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement is closed, then I will accept that fate. I doubt that will cause much of a problem for you, as it's my understanding that the Lord of Kai was against using Ayashis from the very beginning. So you'll have it your way after all.
The one dressed like a woman is Genbatsu Edo. They say he's the head priest of some shrine, and that he's the last descendant of a group of people called acolytes who perform spells disguised as women. But as for who he really is, I have no idea. He also bears a strange resemblance to someone else.
Tokoroten jelly! Fresh jelly! It's delicious!
I'd like some Tokoroten jelly.
Excellent. There's no need for you to come down. Please, just bring out a platter.
You got it.
Do you need soy sauce and vinegar?
What kind of government office hires a street vendor? Pretty bizarre, right? But he's not the only one.
Flea removal! Easy flea removal for your cats. All you gotta do is warm up the wild boar skin like this, and the fleas just move to the pelt. I am one of the mountain people. This is part of our ways.
That's Abi, and he freely identifies himself as one of the mountain people. See, in the hills, you've got the mountain people who live off the mountains. You've also got the ocean people who live off the sea. But the rule is, none of them can live in town without permission from the government.
So if he hasn't been punished for it, then he must be serving in some kind of official capacity.
Regardless, they're both excellent fighters, so I understand why they'd be hired. But that one over there is the one they call Saizo.
She's a girl, right?
Yeah, how'd you know? Saizo's father is the guy who used to own the Eiraku Theater.
The little playhouse that used to be in the old theater district?
Yeah, and women aren't allowed to be on stage by law. But Saizo's old man was pretty fond of his little girl, so he put her on stage all the time, either dressed like a man or covering her face with a mask. But her old man died when the theater burned. After that, for whatever reason, she moved in with Lord Ogasawara and has been there ever since. Even men who are actors aren't allowed to walk around the city dressed up as women. But this girl goes around dressed like a man all the time.
At first glance, she looks more like a samurai son than I do.
She's been allowed a sword as Ogasawara's retainer. But give that girl 2 swords, and I bet she'd probably buckle from all the weight.
Very strange. Her father passed away and the theater's long gone. So why keep dressing up like a man?
Truth is, I don't really care about those people. The one I'm after is that guy over there gulping down the booze. The one I'm after is that guy over there gulping down the booze. Yukiyatsu Ryudo.
Is he a samurai?
Supposedly. Rumor is he was once the heir to one of the shogun's vassals, but he was spirited away when he was a kid, and he was never the same after that. He ran away from home, got mixed up with a bad crowd, and then ended up in the bodyguard business. He became close friends with a good-for-nothing local named Shichiji. But it turns out, he may have killed the guy.
This thing's so heavy. For a while there, I didn't think I'd make it.
Yukiyatsu, you're gonna get killed one day.
Am I now?
Why do you always have to go and do something crazy? Messing with gangsters and their bosses is one thing, but you'll even draw against two-sworded samurais. Like that time that you and I went at it in the training hall.
I told you that when I was little, I got spirited away to this bizarre place, remember?
I know. And you said that after that you found it hard to stay on your estate.
Ever since I returned from there, I've been terrified that something might drag me back to that place. I feel like no matter what I do, I'm still gonna disappear. I can't imagine this would make sense to anyone. Not even you.
Always afraid. Always hating this world. You think you're the only one?
Don't do this! I don't want to die!
There, you finally said it.
Nobody wants to die. That means you're just like everyone else.
Shichiji. Wherever he went, whatever he did after that is a mystery. All I know is he ended up a vagrant, working in a bathhouse, scooping out hot water for people. After I found out he was a vagrant, he must have thought he couldn't escape. So he joined up with Ogasawara's group.
You mean the Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement? What does he do there?
I have absolutely no idea. I can only imagine that he's utterly useless.
And that Yoi inside you is feeding on your delusions! Show me your Ayagami! I don't believe it. There's more than one? There we go. This thing's also a foreigner. Yoi! I'm a monster as well! Ogasawara told me everything. He also pointed out, there's a needle in my name too, for dragon. Kamoshichi, what's wrong? Are you hurt?
I don't think I can do it anymore. It's getting pretty hard to keep him under control.
Does that mean it'll revert back?
There's a crazy, powerful Yoi raging around this area. It doesn't help that the Killing Stone is one of Quetzalcoatl's favorite foods. Even though I merged with him to try and keep him under some sort of control.
Then merge with me. I'll join with both of you. My name is Ryudo. It means one who guides the dragons.
Realize if you do this, you too could end up as a monster from the other world. Just like me.
A monster, huh? That's why I decided to do this. To fight against the Yoi. I'm sorry for everything I've done, Shichiji. Forgive me.
So, you won't erase it?
No. But I appreciate you going to all this effort.
If someone ignorant of your circumstances sees that, they'll treat you like a vagrant. No one will believe you, even if you tell them you're a samurai.
You seem awfully concerned for him, Saizo.
No, I don't. It could just cause us problems.
I'll be careful and make sure I'm not a problem. All right, I'll take her.
Right. See you there? I haven't had a roll in the hay for quite some time.
You're gross.
Do as you wish. But realize, Ryudo, by keeping that, you are just being sentimental. Not erasing the proof that you were once a vagrant only says to everyone else that you refuse to forget your past.
But I am just a vagrant. And I don't ever want to forget that.
It seems they call themselves Ayashi.
Ayashi. The strange samurai. Meaning that their status is not officially recognized. I wonder what the magistrate's offices think about them.
That's another interesting thing. The South Magistrate, Lord Tori, has made no attempt to arrest them. It seems he'd rather just sit back and watch how things unfold. Tori also has two men named Honjo and Hanai living at his estate along with some woman. They're seen a lot with the Ayashi, but I don't know why. And I'm not in a position to anger Tori either. So with that said, this is about all a guy in my position can find out. But there's gotta be more.
Well, Tamahe, what do you think their deal is?
Huh? What do you mean, kid?
The Barbarian Knowledge Enforcement. For some reason, they've rounded up this group of misfits, but why? What do they really want?
Monsters.
Huh?
All right, I'm not the one officially saying this, but I heard that there's some kind of huge monster. And I don't know all the details. But whatever it is, the Ayashi are hunting it. It makes no sense at all.
I've seen a monster, so I bet it's true.
Huh?
It was the other day in Nikko, while I was there with my master. But that girl, the apprentice courtesan?
Huh? Nope. The Ayashi are only the 5 I just mentioned.
I'm sorry, but I must get back to Courtesan Areshino's parlor.
I'm guessing. You've got some foreign blood in you, don't you? My first master always used to tell me, if you don't carefully observe your subject, it'll never look real. That's especially true when it comes to drawing women, but I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you.
Is that me?
Kyosai Kawanabe. That's what I'll call myself, when I finally strike out on my own.